Sentinel with the first. Good morning. Shemko. Oh, what's going on? Oh, that mythical solar storm that's gonna fuck everything up. Right, I forgot about that. How we doing? I'm just now noticing how the rocket here on the KSP2 logo looks like NASA's newest. Cover my house with tinfoil. I'll start buying every roll of tinfoil in the grocery store now. And maybe within a few weeks of restocks from my 3 neighborhood shops, I'll have enough to cover the house. Gotta protect this 4090, right? Exactly, Pshemko. Now, the guy who brought that up, I wonder where he got that. Is there like is there some theory or rumor or story circulating or something that there's gonna be? Like, you know, you always hear wild ass conspiracy theories and crazy shit that people online spread. Dingus, do not make me come over there. This time you won't like it. You will not like it this time, sir. Unlike last time. It ain't gonna be one of those visits.
I am the very model of a scientist Solarian.
Couldn't even find the OG guy, some non-credible news source. Okay, that's lovely. You dare me, Dingus? No. And Jen, good morning, 3 a.m. Fun dreams. Bunless cheeseburger. Okay, so the bunless cheeseburger is definitely healthier overall than the fries. That sucks about the dreams and the work stress. Chugging coffee, don't overdo it and give yourself the jitters or the anxiety or the, you know, just being on edge. Don't make yourself queasy and nauseated and tense. People don't realize that happens, but then they drink too much coffee and they wonder why they're boiling over for the rest of the day. Sorry you're having a rough morning, Jen. That sucks. Hi, folks. We are, in fact, here and human. Londo. Happy time zone. What goes on? By the way, I read your message wrong the other night. I thought it was the upcoming and not the past. So I missed my opportunity, but I will make sure that I pester slightly when I get the chance. How's it going, man? You're here. You're human, but, well, the human you don't know about, though. Trust me, you're human. Do you walk upright, have opposable thumbs, you know, have cognitive capabilities, at least to a minor degree? Then I'd say you're fine. Yeah. She had told me that you were taking her someplace particularly nice ahead of time. I take it y'all had a really nice evening. Dark Light, what up? How we doing, sir? For less than $69.69, you two can sub to OMB for a year. Do it. I triple dog dare you. No. 1 month at a time is fine. Talked too much, dry throat. I had that problem last night after the 8.5-hour stream. I had drank my coffee, and then I didn't touch my strawberry water for like 7 hours. And Dark Light, I could not stop coughing all night. It was bad. No tech. Nice big copper hot tub on the deck under the stars. Dang! That sounds nice, my friend. No tech? You didn't even have your phone there to take some pictures together? Probably that. Yeah, she said, it was, she didn't know exactly what to expect, but she knew it was going to be nice. I'm really, really glad. Really glad. The two of you needed it and deserved it. That's all you used, right? Kim and I are getting better at putting our phones down when we go out to eat or when we're sitting having family dinner. You know, I don't care if we pick up our phone to see what that message was, but if it's not important, we're getting better at putting them down and just continuing our conversation and things. So we're working on that. Dingus, that could be yours for $69.69. Right here, I will even wear the robe in the hot tub so that I will still be in character just the way you dream about. It's hard for me not to, Darklight, because of Twitch and Discord, because, like, literally this is all so very important to me and it's key to everything I'm doing. I tend to try to keep a good eye on the Discord, even if I don't have time to reply. I want to see what's going on. And also, when you have a kid in another country that you don't get to see very often, you're always on alert in case something happens, in case you get news about them, in case they reach out and want you for a minute. It's hard. It's hard to just leave the phone put down. But, the issue is whether you're scrolling, reading articles, watching videos, having chats, or whether you just pick it up to see what that notification was. Everything changes and gets more complicated when you're juggling babies and teenagers. New Starfield DLC? Yes, they made it into a good game, Omar. What's going on, Chief? Come see my kid and visit you too? You know, Dingus, I don't have any specific plans for 2024. But I doubt I'll go the entire year without a visit to see my kid. I told Kim when I got back from the trip that I know it was a big job that she and her mom and the neighbor had to juggle to keep Juju the whole time so I could be gone for 2 weeks. And that I probably wouldn't make the trip again for another year or two. But I don't know if that's true. I think I might be there later this year, Dingus. And then you will have to drag your ass out of the house. 20 minutes and no coffee. Sammy, why do you only have 20 minutes and no coffee? Good morning. Ready for the big meeting, but a bit big meeting. What's up? Tell us. Fuck the NDA. What's the big meeting about? And we're doing pretty good over here, Omar. Doing pretty good, sir. Well, that's true, Darklight. That's true. But again, when you have a kid, your thinking changes. When you have two kids, then any message could, you never know. You never know. Besides, people are not in the habit of calling me unless it is a dire emergency. And even then, they tend not to call unless it's like literally, clock ticking. Minor Category 1 geomagnetic storm. Okay, Pshemko, got it. Interesting. Londo, yes, but she's not ready. You try taking a 1.5-year-old kid on a 10-hour flight that is actually 20 hours in airports and, every planes and everything else. You try doing it. It ain't gonna go good. I'll start taking her sometimes, hopefully every time, when she has some words, we can communicate a little bit better, and she has shown that she can chill and be patient. I think right now is a very bad time. I think she would have a miserable trip during the travel time each way. It would be incredibly stressful for me. And I would spend the entire trip just trying to keep her in my lap so she doesn't destroy other people's houses. Because the people that I stay with when I make my visits, their houses are not ready for kids. They've got collectibles on low shelves. They've got electronics and cables accessible everywhere. They're just not ready. None of the houses, none of the 3 places that I visit or stay when I'm in America are ready for me to set a toddler down in the floor without shit being broken and the kid possibly being hurt within minutes. Dingus. Exactly, Manatee. Welcome back. And that's the other thing that I was going to say is sometimes you have to. Sometimes it's important. Sometimes you don't have a choice. I'm not going to blame parents. But if you don't have to, do not subject 200 or 300 other people on the airplane to a kid who wants to scream, cry, yank their way out of their seat and run up and down the aisle, for 10 hours. Just saying. Jonas, welcome in. 10 hours of fun, fuck off. Exactly, Manatee, exactly. And besides, she's now I don't know what the rules are, but isn't she getting to the size and age where we got to pay for a second ticket? Because she can't sit in my lap. And do you think in those cramped airline seats, I'm going to hold a 17-month-old baby in my lap for 10 hours? No, not happening. Is it 2 years old? I really don't know. I've never flown with a child. I figured 1.5 to 2 years was about the range. Pshemko, can you drop that in Discord somewhere? Anywhere? And besides, at that age, if I were to take the kid over there, I would love to, believe me, I would love to. But at that age, if I took the kid over there, would I get to spend any time actually with family and my other kid? Or would I spend the entire time literally just in one place that's been prepared for the kid and chasing them and not getting to spend, that I get to spend all year with this kid? I don't get to see the other kid except for a week or 2 out of the entire year. Maybe it'd be cool if I got to spend some time with the other kid. Think he said it was 2? Okay, I don't know if it's different for domestic versus international or anything like that. Jacob, welcome in. Thank you, Mr. Pshemko. Are you feeling a little bit better, Jacob? I hope so, sir. You feeling a little bit better there, my friend? Might depend on the airline. That also crossed my mind. We're going to look into it for the next trip. And I'm going to ask my old roommate's mom, who loves kids and is great with them, Becky. I'm going to ask her if she would like me to bring Juju, and if so, whether she would be willing to help a fair bit. Like, here, can Juju come spend a few hours with you so I can, go do something with my other kid? Of course, my other kid wants to spend some time with Juju, but, just you have to do trade-offs and balancing acts. That's all. A little better? Still sick, though? Well, a little better means maybe tomorrow you'll be a lot better, hopefully. So anyway, folks, today's plan for the stream, we are going to do 1, maybe 2 smaller, easy-ish science missions. We don't have to do complex blah, 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 blah that's going to take hours. I am going to use a lot of the autopiloting tools. We're just going to go collect science points from a mission or 2, and then we're going to jump over to Oblivion and continue the DLC. Does that sound good? Hope that sounds good, because that's what we're going to do.
Look at that. The biggest asshole on Twitch is here.
The biggest, glorious the biggest, most glorious asshole on Twitch is here. Hi, Donut. How we doing? And the rocket's red glare. Yeah, let's hope they don't become bombs bursting in air. We would like them to fly, not boom. Jerk Ops, happy Wednesday. What's happening, sir? Jonas, Kim and the baby are great. The baby is downstairs having a nap. And Kim is having a day off. She's doing a little bit of house stuff and then hopefully really taking the afternoon to chill or even nap. But I think they're both doing pretty well. No, Dingus, you're the biggest asshole. Donut is the biggest, most glorious asshole. Okay? You're going to have to fight him in the pit to take that title. Dingus. That's an old clip. That's an old clip. His title has been updated, but I have been lazy. Cool, Jerk Ops. Cool. Wheat Stalker, greetings. What's going on in Londo? You will not sell the tickets. Well, maybe you'll physically sell them, but no, I'm collecting the money. I'll pay you an hourly wage. Those tickets are not yours to sell, sir. Well, then fine. I'll just make it a pay-per-view. We don't need tickets. We don't need a live crowd. I'll just make it a pay-per-view. And then what? The Pit. I haven't done that in ages. Donut. That reminds me. How long has it been? That makes me wonder. How long has it been since I played Mortal Kombat 1? 20 years? No, that can't be right. I'm sure I picked it up and played a couple of matches. Couple of fights against the CPU just for shits and giggles within the last handful of years. But y'all remember how cool it was when it first came out? Oh my God, there's blood and fatalities. You can uppercut people off of this fucking bridge into a pit full of spikes. Been at least that long, Donut? Mo! What's going on, Chief? Hello! I'm okay. How's you and the family? What's new? Jesus, Donut. Jesus, man, you got to revisit the classics once in a while. Yeah, Jonas, it was a big deal when it first came out. Nobody had ever seen anything like that in a video game. There was public outcry. Nintendo allowed the game on Super Nintendo because it was the biggest game of what seemed like it was going to be the biggest game of the decade, and it kind of sort of was one of the biggest of the decade, and they didn't want to miss out, but they made they made them change the blood spray from hitting people and stuff into gray sweat. and removed the fatalities and just and stuff like that. By Mortal Kombat 3, they had learned their lesson, because everybody preferred Super Nintendo until Mortal Kombat came out, and then everybody wanted a Sega. Remember that, folks? I had a Super Nintendo. My cousin had a Sega. I always thought that I had him beat. And then Mortal Kombat came out. And here I was borrowing his Sega. Pancon, welcome in. Old roasted donut, only into fighting games. See, I was not big into them either. I did Mortal Kombat, the first 3 Mortal Kombats, and I did Street Fighter 2. I messed around a little bit in early Tekken and Bushido Blade, and that was pretty much it. I own a couple of newer fighting games, but I don't really care. You know, they were fun to fire up and play for an hour or two, and then I was done. Tired from work, had to work from 4:45. That is a long morning, sir. That is a long morning. Normal in Germany, sadly, but that's falling off, right, Darklight? That's easing up gradually. Oh, Samurai Showdown. That's the one I was thinking of, not Bushido Blade. Samurai Showdown, yeah. I played that in the arcade a fair bit. Because that was Mortal Kombat 2 days. And the machines were right next to each other at the bowling alley. Damn. For me, fighting games became too complicated. Now, I understand that they evolved and developed, and they're much more balanced and nuanced now, and and so on, and that's fine. But as they got more complicated, I lost interest. They were no longer just casual, bonk and gloat at your friends. It became, well, let me study this game and learn 40 moves for the fucking 5 or 8 characters that I'm going to use depending on who my opponent is. And, let me practice, throwing this block in the middle of their combo because there's 6-frame timing or, some shit. And at that point, it was just over for me. I couldn't do it. Samurai Showdown is now on the PS5. We're okay. Bowling Alley Arcade, Pankin. We kind of have one in my hometown. There's a retro toy store called Classic Plastic. They do like a lot of 80s action figures, a lot of, He-Man and G.I. Joe and stuff like that. Wrestling figures. But in the back, they've got pinball machines, arcade cabinets. They've got a Virtua Fighter fucking, the big booth. They're really cool. I see, Darklight. All right, so it was never so certain games got fixed, but maybe not all parts of them. Like, okay, it makes sense from a business standpoint, and I guess it sucks though. Deadly Alliance, never played it. Fighting games are easier than Dark Souls, but they take faster reaction and a lot of complicated inputs that I just don't have time to bother learning. So no, they're not easier. Not for me, personally. Yeah, Jonas, exactly. There's nothing wrong with deep and complex games. I mean, like, look what we're going to be playing. But sometimes I just want to play something lazy and casual. Cabinets and mobile game. Oh, Pankin. MK3 Ultimate. Yes. MK3 Ultimate, I was the reigning school champ because I was unbeatable with Cabal. I was untouchable practically with Cabal. All it took was one fuck up, and I was just going to loop those 9 and 11 hit combos on you, and you wasn't getting out of it.
I will look for you. I will find you.
Kitana and Cabal, yeah, okay.
And I will kill you.
Professor, I would love to play that game off stream so I can be totally immersed. I wish I owned it. I would totally play it off stream on the Steam Deck. What up, Mr. Sentinel? What's going on? Kind of you to join us. Scorpion. Sub-Zero. I was a Sub-Zero guy in MK1. And somewhat in 2 and 3. Somewhat 2 and 3. But I was definitely a Cabal fan, and in MK2, I was a Baraka main, actually, for a long time. Baraka. Baraka was fucking cool. Liu Kang in MK3 is... Liu Kang and Kung Lao in MK3 can be very fun to use, but only if you're playing against humans, and only if you really want to piss them off. I don't even know who I used in Tekken. I don't even know who the fuck I used in Tekken. David, it is rocketry. Professional rocketry. Good morning. By the way, let me make a couple of camera adjustments. I feel like our chroma key is not great. We can make a couple of fixes here. Trying to get rid of the green edges without making myself fade. We're a ghost. That's pretty clean, except for this shit right here. Also, it doesn't matter too much because we're still adjusting and tinkering with the lighting situation. This is still kind of a test scenario. Exactly, David. I do not have an arcade stick, and I won't be playing any fighting games anytime soon. No, but I'll show you what I do want to get. I do want to get something with a stick on it. I want to get one of these, motherfuckers. Let me find the thing itself. This. Well, I'm going to show you the picture, and we're going to skip the price tag on it. I want one of these. This is what I want to get my hands on. Because apparently it is a really decent KSP controller. That's what I want. Stop ghosting you. Donut. I mean, I did flee the country. Hello, Veriti. What's happening? Wolfgang, what's happening? I mean, I could, David, but the cost of buying the controller boards and all the components needed and paying somebody to do the 3D printing for the housing and the buttons and so on, I would spend the same amount of fucking money just to buy one. You know what I mean? Probably less. Probably less. Ah, jerk-ops. Professor, this is actually intended specifically for farming simulator. This is a farming sim controller. And Pankin, no, I haven't. I have never even heard of it. Damn, Mo. Damn. Baked potatoes and sausages for lunch. Sounds good, though. I mean, I've got a soldering iron, and I've got, it's not like I keep, Raspberry Pis and things laying around. I used to fuck around with Arduino kits a fair bit. Never did anything super cool, but, played around. But all that stuff is long gone, and all I got's a soldering iron sitting back there. No, Professor. I want to use... This can be mapped. This can be mapped for this game. It can be mapped for that game right there. And it acts as a spaceship control panel. Yeah, David, I was just getting into tinkering, and it was a long time ago. And it was stuff like just a little board that would check my, experimental learning projects, like an email checker that would raise a little flag above my monitor when I had a new email on my business account and stuff, just silly stuff. Nothing serious, just tinkering. But here, I'm going to show you guys. There is a KSP streamer who uses one of those controllers. Is he still live? Yes, he is still live. I'll mute his stream. But I'm going to show you, this guy is a big KSP streamer. It's kind of his big love, I do believe. And he's got one of those controllers in the corner. You see it right there. Urban Venture, yeah, he uses it for KSP very nicely. Oh, that's very nice, Mo. That's a very nice offer. But I just don't do fighting games. I just don't do fighting games. I barely even have time for my KSP and BG3. Workstation desk for electronics creation. That's what this moving the stream room was around. That was half of the reason, is so that I can be close to these shelves back here, because there's a big L desk bolted into the floor and the wall back there for me, and that's supposed to be my workspace for projects and things. And I want to be able to just drop the green screen and spin my chair and be right there to work. Hey, by the way, Professor, well, I haven't forgotten. The stream just ran really late last night. I'll catch up with you on that. How much does that controller cost? I've seen them run anywhere between 80 and 130. I think right now, yeah, it's 150 on Amazon. It's on sale right now for 130. Obviously, I don't need it today. I'm not going to get it right now. But one of these days, I'd like to get one. Llama motherfucking salami. It done been a couple weeks. I have not even seen yo ass live. What are you doing, sir? How are you? You need a hug? Is everything okay, my friend? Everybody go click on Llama and follow and do the things. Less stressed about it now anyway. Good. You're at my door. Mo. I mean, David, that could happen. That totally could happen, but I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Let me see here. Well, see, and the thing is, they have the full bundles with the foot pedals and the wheel and everything. I don't need all that. We don't need all that. I just want the control panel. And maybe adding this switch panel here for my action groups. And maybe the yoke and the sticks. Maybe we just need, something like, I don't know. We're gonna have to do something about some KSP control. Man, look at that. That's a good start. Llama. Are you okay? What's been going on? Talk to us, buddy. Yeah, you don't live far, Mo. You don't live far. Ow. I just banged my elbow in a bad way. Anyway, I don't need any of this stuff, folks. But you see that controller right there? Do you see that stick right there? Do you see this motherfucker right here? This, believe it or not, folks, I played World of Warcraft on this controller. Crazy, right? Played World of Warcraft on this motherfucking controller.
I'm the baddest
Jesus,
motherfucker on Twitch.
You do, Jacob? Oh, yeah, that's absolutely a flight stick. Rhythm games, no, because I have no rhythm, no sense of timing, and I just find them repetitive. They're kind of catchy and fun for a little bit, but then I get sick of them real fast. Unless it's like old Guitar Hero with classic rock songs I actually like to hear, and then I can play for a while. But other than that, I really don't like rhythm games. Jerk Ops. Actually, if you look here, these buttons right here were my hotbar, right? And then this was my target selector, the hat switch there. The stick itself was movement. That right there was, depending on whether it was up, middle, or down, I could have different hotbar access. And then I had different specific functions mapped to each of these buttons. That's how we did it. Iron Brigade controller, let me see here. Oh, Steel Battalion? Oh, yeah, okay, we got it right here. This thing here. This thing here. Oh, Jen, with the trackball, it's great. I love trackball mice. In fact, I'd love to get a second one. I mean, a second mouse that's a trackball here. Lucidity, what's up, dude? How we doing? I bet I can map the shit out of this for fucking KSP. You got your throttle, you've got fucking... Okay, I'd map each of these sticks, one for space flight, one for atmospheric flight. I'd have this as my emergency abort button, and I would start building in abort stages into my rockets. Oh, man, I could do a lot with a controller like that. I'm chilling, about to start work. Telling somebody yesterday, hit the edge of your table with your pinky toe. Ugh. Ouch, donut. And so it's going to be uncomfortable to walk for a while, huh? Steel Battalion 2 is Connect only. Ew! The fuck? But let me show you what I really want for KSP. That farming sim controller is just, I mean, it would be great, and I'd love it. And if I had one, I would want what I'm about to show you less. David, that's very much like the one that I used for my 3D modeling many years ago, back when I was playing with 3D Studio Max and Lightwave and AutoCAD and stuff. A mouse very, very much like that was perfect. Hurt like hell, though. Ugh. Big red button. Gaming PC just for this game, Lucidity. Oh, it's becoming so good. Alrighty, Mo, gotcha. Logitech Attack 3? No, I am not. Juggy Bear, what's going on? How the fuck have you been? See, 3DS Max was so hard to pirate back then. I don't know how it is these days, but it required a physical dongle. And it was a motherfucker. Interesting, Jacob. No idea. Let me find it. Let me find this. Actually, you know what? You know what? This is not a bad setup. That is not a bad setup. You got throttles. You got a control pad over there. You've got a flight stick. That's not a bad setup. And that's not super expensive. Look at that. That is fucking awesome. I would also love to have something like that, but that is custom made. Oh yeah, the SNES emulator. I mean, I used to run the Super Nintendo emulators back on a Pentium 1, 233 megahertz. Not even gigahertz. So yeah, the Super Nintendo emulators will run on fucking toasters these days. Yeah, jerk ops, that's very 1960s, 1970s NASA right there. That's fucking cool. Juggy, sorry to hear that. My condolences. No Dark Souls, no. But it's nice to see you again, Juggy. God, I would love something like this. Look at this. They even did custom software so that a custom plugin for KSP so that it feeds back status data to this thing so that the lights are lit the right ways and everything works. And my God, can somebody clone this motherfucker for me? $305 a year before tax. That's not bad. That's not bad. The architectural firm that I was doing some work for, I think it was $2,000 or $3,000 for the copy that they bought me for home use. I'm sure that guy can, right, Juggy? Mo, it's for Kerbal Space Program. So sort of flight sim, but more rocket sim. Look at that. That's fucking cool right there. That's fucking cool right there. Jesus Christ, that is insane. Now, where are those one controllers? Where are those ones? There's a guy. I think he's in Vietnam, maybe South Korea. And this, there's a guy who manufactures these. He makes them to order. He will make adjustments if you want. And those are, I believe, 8 different modules. Those are 8 different modules that you can stack and arrange however you want. And Jesus, man, I would fucking kill for a setup like this. Like I swear to God, I would make sacrifices for something like that. See, Jacob, I would never use just a stick ever again, though. I just don't see any reason for just a stick. I would have to have a full setup. Well, that's what this kind of is right here. It's a TV control deck, like a TV station control deck. I mean, I know it's just a video control board, but, you know, repurposing old control boards is really fucking cool. And I will, Mo. Absolutely. Can do. It's going to be a short stream today anyway. We're only going until like 8 or 9 o'clock. Because I need some time to chill. Anyway, folks, we're going to jump into KSP2 here in a minute. We've just been goofing off. My God. Look at that. Look at that. Even got fucking orbital and target velocities and fucking altitude readouts and holy God. Fuel meters. Oh, I just fucking nutted in my pants. Y'all? Alrighty, Mo. Enjoy. I'll talk to you in a few hours. Nah, it's not long. That's short for me, Professor. I try to go somewhere in the neighborhood of 7, 8, 9 hours. That's just fucking crazy. Folks, I am going to look for a place to sell a kidney because I want one of these. Doc Strange, is this not the most badass fucking... Look at this! And this guy custom makes these motherfuckers and ships them anywhere in the world. Look at that. Nice, jerk-ops. Way back like 20-some years ago, I built a triple monitor.
Hey! None of that shit around here!
I built a triple monitor flight simulator station for an old girlfriend's dad. It was nothing special. I didn't do anything like this. We just used off-the-shelf components, but it was a very early, like, you know, panoramic view, 3-monitor, had a cockpit seat, you know, or had a fucking, you know, the whole deal. It was really, really nice. Professor, I think I'm going to start thinking about it. I think a setup like this runs about $1,200 off the top of my head, because each of these modules is between 150 and 250 to 280, and then I don't know what this upper panel with all of the readouts and stuff is. But yeah, he makes that shit and sells it. And he will even modify the layouts and so on, if you ask nicely. But yeah, that farm simulator controller, people love it, as you can tell. You'll see it come up in the fucking Kerbal Controllers subreddit all the time. Oh. Dang, okay, I'm seeing that image. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Retired with a lot of fucking money. Somebody retired with a lot of motherfucking money.
Fuck you! Get your bullshit out of here!
Hey, you know what, David? There you go. USB button boxes made out of early 1990s aircraft operational keyboards. There you go. Actual aircraft parts. 1968 Gables Engineering aircraft audio selector panels. Jesus Christ, look at that. That's fucking rad. Now watch. Let's see what he modded these into. I don't care about the... I want to see finished results. Because we're on limited time here. Oh, we didn't get to see finished results. Nah, fuck it. But damn, y'all. I mean, hell, even a wood panel like this with the right buttons and switches on it, Jesus. And Lucidity, you've never even seen KSP? You've never seen KSP 1 or 2. Is that a fact? Can you tell that it's a very nerdy game based on the fact that players habitually do things like this? No, David, honestly, aircraft don't interest me much. I mean, they're neat tech, it's neat engineering, it's good to understand the basic principles, but for some reason, aviation does not really do a lot for me. Not until you hit the edge of space and beyond. So, and I know that they're closely tied together, pilot, but honestly, like, early aircraft and aircraft development and so on just never really grabbed me. Yeah, exactly, jerk-ops. Yeah. Neat, David. See, I would find it interesting. Like, if I was there, I would have a good time. But it's not the kind of thing that I would ever take a special day to go to. Now, going on a tour of a space agency or a space museum, I will take a whole weekend for that. So what do you say we get into our game here, friends? Have we done enough fucking around looking at people's cool controllers? Whoa. I would buy that motherfucker for $20 and see if I could mod it. Damn. Whoa, what the fuck? That post was years ago, dingus. That sale is already gone. Man, I'm so jealous, though. Exactly, Justin Bohannon. But just saying, chat. Just saying, chat. If you ever want to get yourself a VIP badge and a quick, non-lubed handy, if we ever meet, one of those right there, right here into my cockpit, will do the job. Just saying, chat. Okay, David. Hopefully, good luck. Houston for work a few years ago, 2 or 3 weeks straight, spent an entire weekend at the Johnson Space Center. Fuck you, Jen. I hate you. That's okay. I'll get to go see the European Space Agency facilities perhaps next year. I think I'm going to start doing a long plan ahead to take an entire day at ESA. Yeah, I get the appeal, jerk ops. I get the appeal. And in fact, in KSP 1 and 2, I've actually been building or experimenting with building small basic planes lately because it's actually a pretty decent plane builder and flight simulator. You know, it's kind of like... It's kind of like... Mom, can we have Microsoft Flight Simulator? We have Flight Simulator at home. So. What the fuck are... Whoa, is the game being buggy? Why did it put me way the fuck over here? First off, folks, there's nothing in the tracking station. Okay, let's go to mission control. Righto, Mr. Donut. Have yourself a good day, sir. We landed on the moon. We did it. Woo. Thanks, science. 300 science points. We have 735 motherfucking science points. That's a lot of science points to spend right now. Huntsville? Okay, so we're going to do... Okay, like I said, folks, we're going to get to Oblivion, but I want to do a couple easy science missions first. Orbit Kerbin with a probe core, antenna, and solar panel. That's super easy. Escaping Kerbin. Escape Kerbin's gravitational sphere of influence. That's super easy. And we're going to go ahead and track the Munar signal. There's a mysterious object on the surface of the Mun. We can land there and check it out and get science points. But not today. We're going to do... we're going to do these. The first two are very easy. The satellite and the escaping Kerbin are super easy. Dingus. Gamer Girl, welcome in. Okay, let's go to R&D. How we doing over there, Gamer Girl? We have 400 or 735 points to use. Do we need trusses? We do not currently need trusses. Do we need docking? Yes, but not right now. We do need the Science Junior. We do need the probe cores. However, I slept very well. It's really weird, folks. I could not wind down last night. I went to bed at I went downstairs at 1:30. I had 2 sandwiches. I was in bed by 2 o'clock. I tossed and turned. It felt like I was waking up every 20 minutes the whole fucking night. I just kept looking over at the clock and going, fuck, fuck, fuck. I got up this morning and I actually felt pretty good. And my wristband tracked 7 hours of unbroken sleep, so I don't get it. Maybe I was dreaming that I was waking up? I don't know. If I had to pick a flavor of space ice cream. Good question. I've had some really good coffee ice cream. Maybe Moose Tracks. Maybe just a good old-fashioned vanilla bean. Who knows? Good question. Okay, so we don't need any of these yet. Not specifically, but what do we need after them? Don't need durable power systems. That is a reaction wheel stabilizer. Okay, we got rechargeable batteries, retractable. We want those solar panels. Boy, oh boy, do we want those solar panels. Atmospheric science, precision machining, enhanced coupling. leading into rovers, medium payloads, landing utilities, aerial drones. All right, so I don't know the tech tree super well. We're still learning. Will you, dingus? Trying to give me a moose knuckle, more like. Yes, Sentinel. My guy over there got problems. We're going to take long-range probes and research miniaturization. Monopropellant drive, we don't currently need. Basic truss, micro-construction, we don't currently need. We need basic trusses and micro-construction when we get into rovers, but we don't currently need it. Basic docking. Docking ports could be cool to have, but we don't really care right now. So we have 635 points still to spend. What are we going to do? Oh, God. I can't believe we're going to spend 300 points on fuel lines, but we really, really, really want the asparagus staging. So y'all know what asparagus staging is, for those who do not know. So say you've got a central stage, big fuel tank and a rocket engine at the bottom, but then you've got booster tanks on the sides, right? And they're using the same type of fuel. And each of those booster tanks has its own engine, right? So you can light those engines and your central engine, but feed all three of them off of the side fuel tanks until they're depleted, and then toss them, and then your main fuel tank for your main engine is still full. So we definitely needed the fuel lines to do that. Yeah, Sentinel, I kind of wanted to ask, but at the same time, I hate to ask people about stuff that's high pressure. It's like putting them on the spot. Like, hey, have you done the fucking thing yet, man? Even if it's just, hey, man, how's the move prep going? To me, it feels like I'm saying, hey, have you fucking got off your ass yet? So I didn't ask. Professor, you can actually build weapons in this game. It's not intended for it. It's not intended for it at all. But let me show you something. Let me show you something. Oh, I know nobody can pressure you into it. That's not the issue. It's the whole, I feel like an asshole by putting people on the spot about stuff. Sentinel, let me offer you this, pal. If you need a hand moving furniture or loading boxes or, you know, whatever your day for the big lifting is, if you need a hand, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will actually take a day off a stream and come out to you and help. Ganith, welcome in. Yeah, exactly. Do you, dingus? Don't want to move the PC when it's freezing outside? But yes, like this is a special circumstance, and I would actually, if you ended up needing, I'm not like super strong or super capable. In fact, I'm getting old and weak, and I'm tired and lazy. But if you need help for a day, I can, depending on the day of the week it ended up being, I could probably make it over. Hold on a second. Sorry, that cough made me dizzy. I just received a very funny DM with a physics question that I already know the answer to. I'll explain it to them after. Dr. Mushy, welcome on in. How we doing? Jen, I'm looking. Wait, is that Endeavor? Was that Endeavor? Okay, Sentinel, righto. That's good, that's good. I didn't want to help you anyway, but I was willing. Naked and cold? Damn. Babe, okay, you want me to explain it here? I will in a moment. Yeah, I thought that was Endeavor. It is no longer on display. It is being moved, and they are building a new display hall around it when everything's done. I just heard the news yesterday. Right, Jen. I figured this was not like last week or anything. I mean, Professor, if you were in range, I would maybe consider it. This is all very cool. This is all very cool, Jen. You lucky bitch. Who wants to take me to a space museum? Who wants to go with me to a space museum? Who wants to do a community meetup at a space museum? Let's go see some rockets and shit. I know, Professor. I know. That's a good question, right, David? Sentinel, get a drop-down green screen for my stream space. Damn, Jen. I'm jealous. Okay, so Kim messaged me and asked, or the post was, normal people, I wonder what I'm going to do in summer vacation. Me, if there's no oxygen in space, how is the sun on fire? And here's your answer, dear. It is not a chemical combustion fire. It is a nuclear fusion fire, which requires no oxygen. It is not burning in the fire sense. It's burning in the plasma soup sense. It's not that anything is actually burning. It's that everything is so compacted by gravity that it's superheated. Exactly, mushy. Immense amounts of pressure caused by gravitational pull, dragging it all in. No, babe. No, there's so much hydrogen. So much hydrogen. They have calculated that it will burn for at least another 3 to 5 billion years. Hot soup, Kenneth. Nerd, point at him and laugh. Paint the walls green. I mean, yeah, but it's nice to have it up out of the way and not have your whole room green. But yes, I would love to have a stream room that was all green everywhere. Let me see here. How much fuel does the sun burn? It fuses about 600 million tons of hydrogen every second, which creates 596 million tons of helium. The remaining 4 million tons of hydrogen are converted to energy, which is where the light and heat come from. Yes, Kenneth, yes. And the rough estimate for the entire universe is that less than 1 millionth of all the matter in the entire universe is actual rocky planets and asteroids and comets and so on. And the vast majority of the remainder is stars, dust, gas giants, and interstellar gases. Can't be measured? Dingus. Dark matter is not included in that estimate, Shemko. I think dark matter is not included in that estimate because we don't have a way to get a grip on how much there is yet. Gas like OMB, yes indeed. We need to eat the sun, sounds like a plan. Alrighty, Sentinel, do your stuff and things. We'll see you next time. And by the way, Junkstar, nice to see you. Welcome in. Is there a difference between our normal oxygen and molecular oxygen? We breathe molecular oxygen. We breathe O2. We don't breathe raw oxygen. Our atmosphere is molecular oxygen. It is O2. But I believe the oxygen, there is a little bit of oxygen, I believe, in the sun's composition, but it gets broken down constantly. We can only detect dark matter from its gravitational effects so far. We can only detect dark matter through gravitational effects so far, and it has to be a lot of it. I mean, Jacob, there's already a probe that is skating the outer layer of the sun and could theoretically scoop up particles. But I mean, what's the point? Where is Dong Rocket and Anal Probe? Vaccine Broski, we're getting to Dong Rockets. We're getting to Dong Rockets. Just the tip probe. They say in about 5 billion years, the sun will start to run out of its hydrogen fuel. The fusion reactions will slow down. Thus, the energy levels internal to the sun will start to fall. And the counter pressure of all of those atoms and particles will start to expand the sun because, well, that's just the way it works. And it'll swell up to a red giant temporarily. Professor, that sounds like a terrible and fun idea. Expand and eat the Earth. Yeah, the estimate is that the Earth is just slightly inside of the perimeter of the calculated red giant that could go out as far as the asteroid belt, but will probably top out somewhere around the Martian orbit, I think, if I recall correctly. By the way, folks, real quick before we get back into our game here. Real quick before we get back into the game here.
Do you know what time it is, Bob? It's time for... Also, best band name. Post-sex nachos.
Thank you, Vaccine Broski. That was pretty great. I'm going to say that was pretty entertaining. That will be our eviction notice. Time to get the fuck out. But here's the thing. If we're still around at that time, we should have the technology to literally move the Earth. If we are still doing space science and rocketry and so on, and we're still around here in 3, 4, 5 billion years, I think we will be able to move the Earth's orbit. There's a couple of interesting ways to extract energy from the sun and use it to push large orbital bodies. Sext to speech. Mr. Fukinmu. Yeah? Welcome in. Hi. Yeah, it was a pretty good one, Faxing. Pretty good one. Isaac Arthur on YouTube has a fantastic long-running series, Science and Futurism. And he has the physics training, he has the math, he has some prior professional experience and so forth. A lot of it is high concept, far into the future shit, and it's very speculative, but it's rooted in proven science. And some of his stuff that he talks about in like how to move planets, how to move stars, how to, engineer your solar system is fucking incredible. Yes, if we move up the Kardashev scale and we can build Dyson spheres and things like that, then yeah, by that point we'll have the technology and the energy resources to refuel the sun, alter its composition, all kinds of things. All right, we have 335 science points to use. Let's use them. We don't care about we don't care about no. We need these. We need these. Yes, that's what we need. And we have 105 science points left. We'll go ahead and take docking ports. And yeah, we'll call it good. Let's go to the vehicle assembly building. Oh, real quick, I want to go to... Oh, wait, we don't have anything in the tracking station. Good. Oh, Pshemko, that's easy. That's very easy. You can give me one picture, actual photograph from the surface of any planet that we have landed on with rovers and landers and probes. And, I mean, it's pretty obvious what planet it is. I mean, you pretty much got Venus and Mars. I have not, Mushy. I have not, sir. So the first craft we're going to build here is a basic launcher. Just a very basic launcher. The only purpose is to put a satellite in orbit. We don't have to do anything fancy. We don't have to bring it back down. It just needs a solar panel, a battery, a remote guidance unit, and an antenna. And maybe a small propulsion unit for course corrections, for orbital maneuvering. But that's optional. But that's what we'll do. So the very first thing we're going to do is go here and build ourselves a probe core. Or build ourselves a... okay, that's going to be the extra small... Very limited battery, but yeah, that's fine. Interesting, Yako. Okay. Robert Dycraft. Okay, I'll try to remember that name. Maxine Broski. That would only be 7 planets because Pluto is not a planet anymore, so we only have 8 in our solar system. What part of Mars? Now that gets difficult. Pluto is not a planet, motherfucker. We cannot have a planet that is smaller than our own fucking moon. Come on, bro. I mean, Gwyneth, we have pictures from the surface of Venus, thanks to the Soviets. Their landers didn't survive very long, and we mostly got pictures of the feet of the landers, but we got them. Jen, it's a mini planet. It's not a full planet. It's a planetoid. Yeah, dwarf planet. No, it would be a very large asteroid, babe. Bob is a bear, bear is a Bob. No, Jen. No. A dwarf planet is a completely different classification. It is not a fucking planet. I am going to put my foot down on this. The scientific community is still debating it, but I'm putting my foot down. No, it's not large enough. It's not large enough and doesn't have any features that make it anything other than a big dead rock. I know what a bear is, broski, or faxing broski. Pluto has a heart? Maybe. Because we didn't know better, babe. It would not, Gwyneth. And it's mostly ice. I don't have a lot of body hair, though, faxing. Just the chest. I have almost no other body hair, seriously. Kim will confirm. I have practically no meaningful body hair elsewhere. It's literally just the chest. Hi, Posey. How we doing? Shemko? That's what OnlyFans is for. Seriously, go sub over there. I diddle my butthole frequently. All right. My butt cheeks are very smooth, and she doesn't know much about my butt crack. Dear God. Okay, so the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to put ourselves a cargo bay in this bitch. We are going to open it. Are you faxing? We're talking about buttholes, David. Smooth, hairless ones. And in here, well, first, put ourselves a small fuel tank on here, just a small one. Just a small one. Talking about the moon, indeed. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to put a very teeny tiny little Terrier engine on here. Okay. If anybody wants explanations of what we're doing and why, just say so, and I'm happy to.
Bob owes me post-sex nachos.
I want some motherfucking nachos. If you're getting nachos, I'm getting nachos. So you know what? Fuck off, pal. I don't see any nachos coming my way, but thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we have a battery there. We're going to put 2 solar panels on this motherfucker. Actually, I don't like those. Those are a little oversized. That's all we really need. Yeah, we'll put those 2 there. And how do they look when extended? That works. Oh, wait. These do not... cannot be retracted once deployed. That's fine. That's fine. That doesn't matter. Unless... oh, that's the same ones. Those are not even the ones I meant. I want to check these ones. That looks cooler. That definitely looks cooler. I want fucking nachos. Jonathan. Welcome in. How we doing? Okay, so we have solar panels. We have a battery. Let's throw a probe core on this motherfucker. Like so. Let's close that. Let's put an antenna on there. I want to watch my nachos fuck, then I want to fuck them, then we're going to eat them. That's exactly the plan, Faxing. Now, we're going to put a fairing on here. We're going to put this bitch right up tip top. We're going to build a fairing. No, the other way. There we go. Plus, up one notch and cut it in. Agreed. Done. Okay, so we have all of the necessary requirements. We have an antenna. We have a probe core. We have solar panels. We have a battery. Thank you, Faxing. That is certainly sure to be one of the clips of all time. Stack decoupler. Where's our construction? I always forget where shit's at. There we are. We want that separator to eject the other direction so that it pushes away the base. And actually, that separator is not going to be strong enough. Or a decoupler is not going to be strong enough. We actually need a stack separator, a proper stack separator. Okay. And the impulse. Okay, cool. The impulse on it is good. Yes, exactly. That's exactly how it happens. And by the way, folks, I think we are going to... Oh, shit. Penis rocket, yes. I want to put the... I mean, those solar panels will survive launch. But I kind of want to put them inside just because it's smarter. So, let's take that off. Let us... delete the fairing settings. Let's look at our solar options again. Oh, no. Not even close. First, what do we have as far as structures? We don't have... Well, this is where we could really use some of those trusses. And we don't have any. We don't have any fucking trusses. We don't have any proper shit. All right, so we're not going to be able to do that. That's not a problem, but we'll just launch as is, even if it ain't pretty with the solar panels hanging off. Hello, I'm trying to put this here. Park it. And that's not quite right. Take snapping off. Snapping off, thank you. There we go, and there we go, and we are centered and groovy. All right, that is what we want. I don't know if we have the science points for it right now. We only have 55. We have basic trusses here. I suppose we could buy them. Fuck them. Good call. Good call. You're off Saturday? Okay. What are you communicating to me here? Am I streaming Saturday? Probably not. Because there's D&D in the Discord that night. I've got the baby through the day, and there's D&D in the Discord Saturday night. When the D&D campaign is done and over with, I will be doing Saturday night streams most Saturday nights. And as it stands with the campaign ongoing, I'm going to try to stream on Saturday nights when there is not a session. So we'll see what we can do. Oh my God. No, that's not at all what I was trying to do here. Damn you! Wait. Oh, okay. I thought that was extensible. I thought I could... I was... Those trusses did nothing for us, Kenneth. We don't have anything small enough to actually do what I'm trying to do. So we accomplished absolutely nothing. Oh, great. That's okay. We'll go ahead and put this motherfucker back on here. You were the chaos today. Are you happy with yourself, sir? Okay. Take snapping off. Hey, motherfucker, I'm trying to move. I'm trying to move shit. Center it a little better so that our fairing is nice and clean. I think we're good. Snapping back on. Cranky asshole, you have an appointment with your piercer? Oh, yeah, Posey. They've been at it for like almost 2 years. And I've asked the players what they think, and they think it's one of the better campaigns they've ever done. They think Ducky is killing it. They think Ducky is killing it. You know, honestly, here's the thing. We don't even need this big dish. We don't even need this big motherfucking dish. Honestly, the game is fine if I just put one of these bitches on it and some and put some solar panels. The game, frankly, does not care. There we go. That's good enough. Yeah, Posey, apparently he puts a lot of effort in to prep each week and just has everything well thought out, and he knows what he's doing, and he's really great at the atmosphere and keeping things on track. Missile Production Company. Statty Cats, welcome in. When was the last time you played? Okay, take snapping off. Maybe that'll help. No, snapping is applying even when there's not. Okay, that's fine. And we can get rid of these solar panels now. A couple years back. Oh, it's so good, though. I fucking love it so much. Okay, so let's put bigger fuel tanks on here. Let's put a real fuel tank on this motherfucker. We're going to do one of those. And we are going to do, so we need a middle-of-the-road engine for this. The Poodle is really good in atmosphere. In vacuum. But I think we're going to go with... and what is its... I think we're going to go this route. I think we're going to go with a skipper. And then we're going to put a couple of big decouplers on this motherfucker. Turn snapping back on. That's really fucking useful. Yes, faxing. Am I curious how we were doing it? I don't know how we are doing what. What have I missed? I'm sure I've missed something, sir. Oh, well, it's not with a gun. How are you doing it? Biopsy punch, scalp. Jesus Christ, bro. Enjoy. Go right ahead. You do your thing. I don't get it. You do your thing. Okay, so here's the deal. We want... Okay. Our DV is absolutely out of control. We don't need anywhere near this amount of fucking thrust. What is our engineering report here? What do we got here? Our thrust to weight ratio is completely out of control. That is way, way more than is needed, but that's okay. Okay, so we're going to do our staging. We're going to do our fuel feed staging business here. Okay, what's going to happen here, friends, is all three of these engines are going to light at launch. But this engine, the center engine, instead of feeding off of this fuel tank, it's going to feed off of these external fuel tanks. That way, once we dump these fuel tanks, our main tank will still be full. That sounds like a plan. And I think that's all we need. And by the way, look at that. 9,100 DV. That does not seem right, does it? Now let's check our staging. So we got both sets of engines firing. We got both separators firing. Then we got that. We want the fairing. We'll leave the fairing on. Yeah, we'll do it that way. But we're going to make the fairing its own stage. Okay. You want to send a satellite into orbit. Let's say that as is Sat-1. We're going to call it the talkback because that's what it is. It's just going to be a relay or a bounce communications station. Exactly, Stabby. Now, we'll take that thrust limiter down. And what is our thrust to weight ratio? 1.3. That's much better. And that'll leave us lots of fuel when we get into orbit. This is actually way more fuel and capability than we actually need. So save. Again. And let's go. That was a wacky-ass camera angle. Y'all ready? We're actually going to use autopilot tools because you know what? I'm cool like that. K2D2 because you know what, motherfuckers? Nobody manually launches. Nobody manually flies during launch, literally ever. So we're going to let the machine handle it. We're going to let the flight computer handle it. And go. Yes, it does, Ganith. There's docking ports. There's a docking interface. There's all the goodies. Right now, the physics for when shit's connected can get a little wobbly. You can get some cracking action going and so forth. But it's a lot better than it was at launch, and it is improving as they, go along. But yes, people build complex orbital stations and all kinds of stuff, refueling depots, etc. Maybe we could have used a little more thrust, but I think it'll be okay. I mean, we're still going to make orbit. It'll be fine. You can't see my fuel levels, though. There, you can see the fuel levels. We are starting the gravity turn to head 90 degrees. 90-degree heading. We are going for an eastward orbit. Let's put our first satellite in orbit. How about this? Isn't that wild? Don't they? Okay, so the mission plans for this game, we just got it in the December update, but I think they need swapped around a little bit. There needs to be some tweaking because you get a mission to land on the fucking moon and come back before there's even a mission to put a satellite up. Good morning, Brandy. How are we doing? Pretty damn good here, Brandy. I'm excited to be doing rockets today. But folks, don't forget, we're going to switch over to Oblivion after a couple of short, easy missions. I just wanted to make some progress on the stream save, because here's the thing. I'm also doing a science and exploration mode file off stream, but I'm not letting myself get ahead of the stream file, at least not by more than a mission or two. So every few days we'll have to do at least a couple of hours just so I can keep the stream save ahead of or at parity with the off-stream save. Hey, that's better than rocket go boom, isn't it, Stabby? We're going for a 100-kilometer circular orbit. Ganith, it gets better. Wait until till all the visual mods for KSP1 are replicated in KSP2. KSP1 can actually be visually stunning if it's set up the right way, modded the right way. Call it a missile instead of a rocket, right? Burning for that orbit. Periapsis rising fast, apoapsis rising slow. They should intersect pretty well. The flight computer's doing a good job. Lunar Stargate, welcome in. How we doing? And there we go. We have hit orbit with just the right mods. Yeah. Y'all, I gotta say thank you, guys. I've been having an absolute blast on stream lately. You guys have been a lot of fun. You've been really cool to hang out with. We've played some cool games. We've had some nice experiences, and it's only going to get cooler. We will go ahead and blow that fairing. Are you guys ready to jettison the fairing? Let's go. 4-way clamshell. Extend the antenna. Site name is suggestive. Yes, Dabby. Okay, so we can get rid of the ascent guidance. Okay. And we have basically achieved that secondary mission, the Lonely Satellite. We still have a massive amount of fuel, but what we're going to do is we're going to actually just declare this good. It doesn't have to... No, we're going to clean up the orbit. Let's clean up the orbit. I don't like this eccentric orbit. Apoapsis needs to come down slightly, so we're going to burn retrograde. Bro, is it not even communicating? I don't even think we have radio communications. Yeah, we don't even have remote control right now. What the fuck? Also, I'm an idiot. I could have done both of these missions at once. I could have just put a ladder on the side of this thing, and then after releasing this... After separating, I could have pushed this stage into heliocentric orbit and achieved that second mission in a single launch, if I would have been thinking about it smartly, since we have 3,000 DV that we don't need to burn here. Mostly burn up. Some of them have enough mass to survive a few pieces, but not very goddamn many. And yes, all satellites eventually fall back down. The lower their orbit, the more the very, very minor gas drag, atmospheric drag. I gotta say, folks, I love running KSP2 in its fucky state, in its low performance state, and still getting 150 FPS in orbit. I mean, yeah, gravity's still pulling on it, but if it's fast enough, then it's counteracting the gravity and you can balance it out. But you can hit the perfect balance point, speed versus altitude, so that it just goes. But once again, unless you're in a geostationary orbit, meaning you're way the fuck up, there's going to be atmospheric drag. This thing is really having trouble orienting itself. I should have put a reaction control wheel. But that's okay. We're going to go ahead and separate. And we are unresponsive. We have plenty of power. So why are we unresponsive? Gamer girl, I do not have self-discipline for it. That was a really bad stage separation. It didn't even decouple, that's why. Jesus Christ. That's what it was. Just a little buggy. Just a little buggy. God, rotation is so slow on this motherfucker. I may not even really care about cleaning up its orbit. I should have deorbited that stuff. I don't like leaving debris. Don't like leaving orbital debris. Well, look at that. We're sailing into the sun. And I'm just going to go ahead and call this good. Fuck it. Let's get ourselves a similar launch that once we're pointed prograde and locked in. And there we go. Now let's rotate. Just because I like ground orientation, even though we're in orbit. I like to know what my WASD keys are going to do. And a little more. And there, we're locked in. Nice and clean. All right, friends, we've got ourselves a satellite in orbit. We can go ahead and go down to mission control and turn that one in. Yay! Excellent. Better internet connection. Ha ha! Yes, Stabby. We could do that. Yay, science. Okay, so... All right. Now we need to take the exact same rocket. Sat-1. Load that bitch up. Let's put a reaction control wheel on that motherfucker. First, we'll put a ladder on it too. World of Shadows, what's happening? World of Shadows, what 2 reasons? There. Faster rotation. And now all we need is to put ourselves a ladder on that bitch. And we are ready to launch again. Farming Sim, now KSP2. It's not working for KSP2 yet, I think. I can't be sure, but I don't think that they have the game built. They don't have the stuff built into the game yet for mapping a bunch of crazy external controllers and so on and so forth. But it works great for KSP1. And support for KSP2 is in KSP2 is coming soon, I'm sure. All right, I think this is good. Righto, World of Shadows. We don't need all the extra stuff on there, but it doesn't matter. We're going to go ahead and fly the motherfucker. And we are going to K2D2 it again. And actually, just for shits and giggles, we're going to go ahead and push the thrust limiter to 75% so we can make orbit faster. Exactly, Stabby. And there we go, folks. Are we ready to go to heliocentric orbit? We are taking a ladder to heliocentric orbit. That's literally the mission, to take a ladder to heliocentric orbit. Okay. Yeah, Ganith, that's literally the mission. Right here. Exit Kerbin's gravitational sphere of influence. carrying a particular ladder. Because the ladder company said that they did not want to be liable for mishaps. So this is an equipment test, I guess. Also, what the fuck? Revert to launch. Autopilot crashed. Autopilot was not active. What the fuck was that? Oh, I know why. I know why. Mostly because I'm stupid. There we go. Whee! We're going to space again. Have you guys seen some of the crazy-ass contraptions people build in these games, by the way? Well, after this launch, you guys want to take a moment and look at some of the crazy shit people build? And there starts our gravity turn. Like, people build, like, mechzillas and fucking all kinds of crazy shit. And they work. Oh, and by the way, for those who do not know, there's multiplayer coming for this with solar system colonization and competition. And it is oh, it fucking killed. Oh no, it took my engine with it. Did you see that? Did y'all see that? Fuck. Sheared off my engine. But you know what's funny? We can save the mission. No, we're not stranded in orbit. This is an uncrewed flight. But it can be saved. We have enough fuel to push this motherfucker into heliocentric orbit by itself. So this is going to be a mission. Maybe not. Let's go back to the vehicle assembly building. Wait a second. Death Star, Stabby? No, you build it in orbit. You build it in orbit. Or you build it on the ground and use cheat menu to put it in orbit. Either way. Yeah, Stabby. Well, you can't do like vehicle assembly building construction in orbit. But you can build separate modules and launch them and then rendezvous in orbit and dock them and continue to dock modules until you build up a very large structure. Yeah, that is definitely a thing. And let me find you an example or two. Let me find you guys an example or two. Righto, Liz. Welcome on in. Well, so where are the fucking cool builds? Anyway, we'll look at it later. So what am I going to do to prevent this engine from shearing off? We're going to change the launch profile for one. Hold on, I don't like this stack separator. The impulse is as strong as it gets, too. I don't like that. I mean, it's doable, but it's fine. I don't have the aerodynamic parts unlocked for that. So it does cost me some aerodynamic drag, but it does not prevent successful launch. I have small nose cones, but not medium nose cones currently. Depending on how easily distracted you become. Well, let's do some space flight. Maybe you'll be less distracted. We're just going to stick to a 100-kilometer launch because it doesn't really matter. And we're going to change that gravity turn. Heading 90 degree. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Send it. Let's go. The reason the engine sheared off on the last launch is because we changed the overall target altitude. So the gravity turn profile was different. We also changed the engine thrust, which also changed the gravity turn profile, which resulted in one of the boosters clipping into the mainsail engine there. During separation. Hopefully this avoids it. No! Why are you not auto-staging? Why are you not auto-staging? Hi, Girth. What's going on? What's going on? Long bonks? Long dongs? How you doing? Okay, so we are going to point at the horizon, or, well, if I can get... Come on. Because fuck you, that's why. Okay, lock the nose just below the horizon. And we will burn for orbit. Oh, that's why. I see why now. I see why that happened. My staging was fucked. Those engines, yeah, okay. Keenly await the dong counter. I'm considering options. I'm doing well. I'm doing really, really well. I'm having a great day. I thought I had some shit sleep, but I ended up feeling pretty good. So, do you... here's a question for you, folks. Should the dong counter be the number of people in chat? Or should the dong counter be the daily support goal? 5 dongs per day, and we can keep this stream running. All right, we are almost at apoapsis, which means we're going to start burning for orbit. Let's go ahead and set that thrust limiter to 100%. Must end in 69? I agree, Dingus. I think we may have ourselves a plan. We need to go slightly further below the horizon and lock there. And we are 40 seconds from apoapsis, so let's burn. Game, why are you being fiddly? I know I should be using shift, but dang. Daily viewing of dong-like objects on stream. Yes. Is this dong-like? I think we should have 3. Dongs of support, viewer dongs, and dong-like objects. I think we ought to have a 3 count on the dongers. You see this wobbly stability assist? You see how it's just got a wobble to it? They are still working out that bug. It's a little buggy on that. Where the community was the retro depot. Liz. It's not going to be a clean orbit. I don't really give a shit. But boom, we have achieved orbit. Now we need to go heliocentric. How does one go heliocentric? By burning at periapsis. And here we have our maneuver node controller. And we are going to go prograde. We have 3000 DV, and that's before we even stage separate. Now it's boomers are us. Yep. And there you go, folks. That orange line means that we have a heliocentric orbit, and we are still going to have plenty of fuel in that motherfucker. So let's go to our node, and let's run this burn. Time warp through the sunrise. Decisive, welcome back. We'll take a look at them in a moment. I can pull up and show you my mod manager. Show you what I've got installed. No problem. Like, I'm still playing around with the mods, and some of them are still in development, but I'll at least show you what I'm using. And there we go. The blue line is our current trajectory. The orange line is our calculated trajectory. Ten seconds left on the burn. And there we go. We are heliocentric. As soon as we leave Kerbin's sphere of influence. And there we go. Now, let's fly on out. I am using a node execution mod that does it for me. So it does a full throttle instantly and then throttles down gradually over the last couple of seconds to make sure it nails it on the dot. The reason I do that, I mean, I manually do a lot of my flying, but when I am keeping up with chat and juggling a bunch of things, I handle it different. And also because nobody manually burns in real space flight. Ceramics, 25 motherfucking months. Welcome in. How are we doing? Thank you very much. Okay, we are heliocentric. We have left Kerbin behind. Let's get that antenna extended. Thank you again, Ceramics. Okay, we are heliocentric, but what does our orbit look like? Not that it matters. We've achieved the mission, but just curious. It's pretty clean, and it will occasionally intersect back with Kerbin, so I could potentially rendezvous with this craft and retrieve science from it later. But I think we are done here. We're going to go ahead and quick save. I'm just curious. What sort of remote control do we have when it's out of power? And out here, we can't even stage. All right, so we're done. Let's go ahead and go to mission control. Let's turn in this mission. And then we'll take a look at the mods. Thanks, science. 50 science points. Right, Stabby? Right? Hold on. What is this? What is this bullshit email? Oh, okay. Nothing. Good. Yay, science. Okay, so I have a question for you, chat. Oh, we were going to look at the mods real quick. Hang on. Decisive, do you use CCAN for your mod management, or do you install them manually? Base game and nothing else? Okay. So what you want is CCAN. C-K-A-N, which is it's just the Kerbal mod manager. And here, I'll show you my list of mods. That's the list that I currently run. We have Flames and Ornaments. We have BEP in X, which is a support mod. We have Community Fixes. We have Flight Plan, which is really fucking handy. Handy tools to help you set up maneuver nodes to get where you want to be. Then there's K2D2, which is sort of MechJeb, but for KSP2. Maneuver Node Controller and Node Manager. They both do the same thing, but I'm deciding which one I like better. There's Orbital Survey, which adds a whole new functionality to the game. As you're orbiting celestial bodies, you can do sat scans and get science points and things. There's the Patch Manager itself. There's Space Warp, which is important because it supports the other mods. And then there's the UI Toolkit for KSP2. Those are the only ones I currently run. I'm going to look into more of them. The main thing is launch guidance, having a flight computer that does your launches for you and does your maneuver planning and your maneuver execution. Those are the ones I pretty much care about. And then, of course, the community fixes and one visual fix. One visual fix. Absolutely. By the way, if you play KSP1, the same CCAN also manages mods for KSP1, and there are so many mods. So many great mods that extend the game. For those who do not know, there's a mod for KSP1 that overhauls the solar system so that it actually has the real 8 planets and the dwarf planet and changes the scale of everything. And so the distances are much greater and the challenge is much harder. There's mods that add all sorts of historic, like parts from historic spacecraft, all kinds of things. Yes, you can. Exactly, Decisive. And by the way, the same copy of CCAN will let you manage KSP 1 and 2. So let's take a look at my KSP 1 mods. Dave, welcome in. Yeah, Stabby. And these are the only ones I run. Wait, no, those are not the only ones I run. Filters installed. I run 47 motherfucking mods for KSP1. 47 motherfucking mods for KSP1, and I'm about to add more. Oh, I haven't even showed you. I don't even have the screen on. There you go. Yes, actually, Jacob, there's Chaos, which is the Kerbal operating system. It allows you to script and code whole events, processes, missions, etc. And it's amazing. You can literally program the flight computer ahead of time and then just hit go. It's pretty fucking rad. I have it installed because a couple of my mods use it, but I personally don't use it currently because I'm not smart and I don't have time. So, friends, we have 180 in assembly. Let me check. Let's look at the CurseForge page. In assembly, I don't think so, but whoa, wait. The intent of Chaos is to be a fully in-game item that lives inside the Kerbal universe. The program is not running on your own gaming computer, but it's rather being run in a virtual machine that is simulated in the underlying Unity engine. What the fuck? Starbase? I never saw it. Building and scripting, though, was insane. Great. Neat. I love that kind of stuff. I just have limited time. That's my problem. Limited time. Yeah, Jacob, I don't think it's in assembly, but let's go to vehicle assembly. What do you say, folks? Is it okay with you? Can you hold off on Oblivion? Do you want to do one more flight, but this time to land in a specific spot on the moon and plant a flag? I know you do. Let's go. I know you do. So let's go. I do too, Decisive. It's a work in progress. I'm still learning. There is a descent manager. There's a landing tool for KSP1. It seems like there's one for KSP2, but I don't think it's currently working, or at least I haven't figured it out. And I've gotten to the point where with a little bit of quick saving and fiddling, I can do it. Hopefully, Jacob, that way we can shit all over it, all over again. All right, first thing to do is get rid of these SRBs. Second thing to do is strap on these bitches. And do it again. We don't need that much, but we're going to do it anyway. That is a mainsail. Yeah, okay. Savo, I fucking love KSP. I swear to God, if this was the old days before I moved here and had all the other stuff like the housework and the baby and babe and all of that stuff, before all of that, I would probably sit and play KSP 12 hours a fucking day if I could. Welcome in, by the way. Okay, Stabby. Okay. And we are going to put those skipper engines. Actually, what we're going to do is take that mainsail and put it there, and we're going to put a skipper here. Those thrust limiter is all the way up. Skipper, all right. Let's do fuel lines so we can do a fuel flow control. Cancel that. Yeah, right there. Why didn't you... Oh, that's why. That would explain it. Are they harmless, though? Or do they distract and confuse the public and lead to more bullshit theories from wackos? That's really the concern here. Oh, that's right. I did it in the wrong order. You have to do it from the tank to the tank instead of reverse. All right, there we go. We got our fuel lines. Okay, so everything here looks groovy. We got solar panels. We got our drogue chute. We're going to pull that drogue chute. I think that drogue chute is embedded too deep. I think that was a problem we previously had with this particular capsule or particular setup. Let's pull that chute out a little bit so it can still deploy. Let's take that off and replace that with a proper stack separator. Put that back on. Decisive, I don't have the big SRBs yet. And so doing it with liquid fuel tanks and engines, I get a lot faster and more reliable launches until I unlock the big SRBs. I struggled with them. I struggled to deal with the SRBs, and I didn't want to stack 4 and 6 on, so I just went with these. Okay, so... And I think everything looks good here. Who are we going to put in there? I am going to say... Wait, where is Valentina? Where in the fuck is Valentina? What the hell happened to Valentina? Where did she go? I tend to like to send her. I guess Jebediah will go, but where the fuck is Valentina? Did I leave her stuck somewhere? She took a personal day on the moon or something. Or maybe in orbit somewhere. I don't know. Maybe I left her stuck. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is fix this staging, because this staging is badly fucked. Luna, welcome in. How we doing? Okay, so these three engines firing at once. Then our first separation should be here. Okay, so we got launch, separate, and our next separation event is there, as is should be. We can trash that. We've got that engine. We've got drogue chute, and then main. Names that are all fancy, Dave? What are we talking about? Just tried to clap some alien cheeks, right? Right. By the way, we also need the stabilizer. I really hate really slow. There we go. We're all set. Jebediah? I mean, Jeb. What do you want? His name is Jeb. Mun Lander version 2. Crapsel version 2. Save. What do you say, folks? Are we go for launch? I don't even have RCS on this bitch. We're just going to land with the fucking actual main engine. We're going to land with the main engine. So, save. Again, because I don't trust this. Yeah, the saving is wacky in this. I don't like the save system. They really need to fix it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You can't really tell what you're doing sometimes. It's weird. It's a little fiddly. So, and Jebediah's still in there? Okay. Yeah, decisive. It becomes a sloppy mess. I think we're good to go with Crapsel 1. And let's see how this goes. We're going to call this a simulation launch. I'm going to copy Urban Venture here. We're going to call this a simulation launch. Are we ready? 100-kilometer orbit. No, I don't have the nose cones, and no, there's no reason to bother building fairings yet. The aerodynamic system in this game is a little wonky still, so it doesn't make a huge difference yet. But one of our next unlocks will be the large nose cones. But I mean, some people do build fairings as a temporary nose cone. Just like the simulations. David, what I really like about Urban Venture with his KSP streams is he has different overlays. If he's doing vehicle assembly, he has an overlay. If he's doing a test flight, he has a simulation overlay so that it's just literally this flight we can revert, this flight we can trash, blah, blah, blah. And then he has real flight overlay. And real flight overlay, when you switch to real flight and you hit launch, you accept the outcome. I really love the way he does things. I wish I felt better like copying a lot of what he does, because I would love to do a KSP day, every week or two, and just kind of have custom alerts for it and custom overlays. I don't know if it's worth doing, though, and I think he got all the good ideas before me. So anyway, let's go to the moon. Or the mun, I'm sorry. Let's go to the mun. And look at this. It's not a nighttime launch. Isn't it cool now? Getting 45 FPS during launch, 34 now. It's hanging around 40. Imagine that, folks, only getting 40 FPS on a 4090 GPU. This game needs some real optimization work. Let's go to the moon, man. Yeah, Lucidity, this is a very demanding game because it does an extremely complex physics simulation. It does everything from fluid dynamics to, gravity simulations and orbital mechanics and all kinds of crazy shit. Dave, it's not about the graphics, it's about the simulation engine. Massive amounts of complex math. Oh! And it took my... What? Oh, Jebediah, we're gonna have to pull him out. Wait, this was a simulated launch, right? This was a totally simulated launch, right? Fuck. Yeah, we kind of needed that engine, Golbez. Hi, welcome in. We're going to go ahead and separate and then turn ourselves retrograde. Oh my God. And you know what else I don't have? You know what else I don't have, friends? I don't have a separator for our landing capsule. I don't even know if there's a motherfucking heat shield on this bitch. There is. We have a heat shield. So we're going to have to let the engine burn off. Oh, God. This is so bad. It would be really cool if this thing would actually separate. Interesting physics bug. I mean, I could revert, but I want to see if I can salvage this situation. Let's see if we can salvage it. Let's bring Jebediah back home safely. Hello? Big ass stage. It would be really cool if you could, you know, fuck off. Yeah, it completely failed to separate. It completely failed to separate. Yeah, the stack separator, and it just didn't. This right here was a reaction control wheel, but there was a stack separator here, and it just did not do anything. And that is a known bug. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. If it happens in your build, revert, take off the pieces above and below, and flip the separator, and then put them back on. Because orientation on the separator does not matter, because it ejects both directions. But by flipping it, it resets the build on it somehow. I don't know. But it works. Now watch this. Watch this. Because we're stuck, because we can't get rid of that stage... Oh, this is going to be bad. I think Jeb is dead. I think Jeb is toast here, friends. And if so, we'll just revert because this is a game-breaking bug. Yep, Jeb's dead. If he lives, can we... Hey, we're actually still alive. We're actually still alive. We don't know if they did it on purpose to help make up for a bug, or if it's a temporary thing that they didn't realize. But a lot of the times, okay, so parachutes are also buggy. Sometimes they'll break or fail to deploy. But if you hit the water, usually you will survive it. And we're waiting to bob back up to the surface so we can recover Jeb. We'll go ahead and time warp to the surface, Bob. We're 120 meters below the surface. 80 now. Stabby. Yep. And we got no science out of it, and I'm sad. But okay, we'll go ahead and recover vessel. Let's modify that rocket. Let's modify that rocket. Let's fix it. For sure he didn't. For sure. No fucking way would that ever happen. Okay, so we need to put a decoupler on there. Was there anything else we needed to modify? I'm going to rotate the whole thing so that when it lays over in the gravity turn, it's this way instead of that way. That should protect the engine. I don't think we need another reaction control wheel or anything like that. We want to keep our science. Is the science below? The science is okay. So the science is above the heat shield. Good. So we'll do that. Go over to stack decoupler. Put that there. Put this there. I don't like that decoupler putting the ejection force on the capsule. I want it to put it on the stage. There we go. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, and so the overall package here needs a 90-degree rotation. And there we go. And now we have to fix the staging again because this game has a really hard time managing staging. It does not auto-manage the staging correctly at all. Like, not in the fucking slightest. Okay, so main engines, Supertrons, boom. Boom. Okay. Let's maybe make that yeah. I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and save again and make sure we got Jeb in there. Fuck you, Tim. Jeb's going up. Who the fuck is Tim? Who the fuck cares about Tim? Let's save over. Munlander 2. And we are go for launch. That gravity turn should definitely go cleaner. And K2D2, 100-kilometer altitude, start. Launch. Let's rock. See, if I wanted to be really cool, I could have put a capsule on each of those with heat shields, with their own pilots and little retro rockets to get back down out of orbit. But no. 2.5 years, motherfucker. You've been stuck with us all that time. Launch definitely feels slower. Two months? You stuck with us. I love it. And there we go. Gravity turn begins. And when we stage, when we dump the side boosters, our main craft should be safe, finally. Stuck with you? Not really. I could ban your ass anytime. Bob's dating service? I mean, you're here. There's ladies in chat. Don't be a creep. Good luck. Yeah, K2D2 on the lift assistance here, the lift pilot. And by the way, you can change the altitude it starts the turn, and you can change this curve here with these sliders. The yellow line, obviously, is the launch profile. And we have so much Delta V. And see, I could have put another capsule on there and had a guy coming down to land in the ocean right now. You know what's really cool? This game gets complex enough to where you can launch one craft and split it into two and actually have it autopilot one into orbit while you manually land the other one back so that you could replicate things like SpaceX with their Falcon 9 reusables. All kinds of cool shit. I fucking love it, but it gets super complex, and I just don't have enough time to learn it all. Could be, Jacob. Could be. I mean, faxing, it depends on what you did. I don't just say, I want to ban this person. I want to say, I want to ban this behavior. But it came from that person. So, I mean, yes. If you fucked up, like legitimately were a shitbag, I would. I hate how the science collection is bugged. Like, it always tells you when science is collectible, even if you've already collected that particular science. Yes, Dave, but not long-term, serious bans. Don't get another one now. Do we have a mod who would like to ban Dave for 60 seconds for being a smartass? No, I think they're all busy, so that's okay. Defmole, what up? This is a very slow launch. This particular launch is taking forever. You can time warp launches, although the physics engine can get a little wonky. Okay. We have reached orbital altitude, but not orbital velocity. We're just going to burn like crazy till we get to orbital velocity because our periapsis is... This was an ugly launch. I'm actually disappointed with the flight computer. Come on, break 70. Break 70 fucking kilometers, please. It's not working. We have a failed launch, y'all. We have a failed launch. We are not go for the moon. Nope, I can't correct it. Nope, that is not a correction. We are fucked. Bad flow. I'm good. How are you? Blaming the tools, Dave? I'll fucking blame you. All right, K2D2. Let us change that, because that just did not work. Usually it's very good. Usually it's very reliable. And this is not a very different design than what we originally had. Just a slightly different balance on the rocket. Jesus. So, yeah, we'll go that way. So we end up slightly above. I guess we're going to launch it again, friends. Change that launch profile slightly. Get it to lay over a little bit different. Manual launch? I mean, I could, but I'm lazy. If this one fails, the next one will be manual. You got it. Oh, Tsevo. I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm just a fan, but I love this shit. I get notifications on my phone literally every single time a rocket is launching anywhere on planet Earth. There are a couple of apps that do that. By the way, United Launch Alliance had their inaugural flight of the Vulcan rocket, and everything went great, but the upper stage, which was not ULA, had a major fuck-up. Has anybody been keeping an eye on that? Is anybody aware of what happened? A U.S. commercial lunar lander is no longer going to the moon because of a stuck valve leading to an overpressure that appears to have blown out a helium tank, and therefore they do not have the fuel for a translunar injection or a soft touchdown. And here's what's really sucky about it. Two things. First, we don't get that commercial lander and whatever science it was going to do. Second, do y'all know whose remains were on that flight? Most of the bridge crew of Star Trek original series. But they were headed for heliocentric orbit, and they'll still make it. So, Dr. McCoy, Lieutenant Uhura, and some others are going to heliocentric orbit for billions of years. They're on their way now. Which is really fucking cool. I'm subscribed to all of those, Tsevo, except for the last one. Who is he? No, Lucidity. But it's a thing. They wanted to put the original Star Trek bridge crew in remains into space, and they now have. Ashes. Not their bodies. Ashes. Oh, okay. Okay, Tsevo. John Michael. I'll try to remember that. Isaac Arthur is great. His wife is a fucking wacko, and so I kind of hate it. But he himself is great. Yes, Pshemko. Yes. I don't know about that last one, but I assume so. But all of them are great. Alrighty, Lucidity, do your thing. I don't think they dug them up, Stabby. I'm not sure, but I would imagine that it was just a case of, well, we had this planned for years. We've had the cremated remains just kind of hanging out waiting. That would be my assumption. I don't think they exhumed bodies to do so. I don't think so, Decisive. We have 4,000 DV. Actually, yeah, you're right. I just noticed my altitude. We still might make it, but I don't think so. We're gonna have to fucking manually launch this bitch and then fail, because that's what we do. Maybe some of them, not all of them. Who knows, Stabby? Like, I'm not privy to the family's details. Nope, we're making orbit. We got this. Decisive, you were wrong, sir. We just broke orbit. Or just broke into orbit. We are good. Yeah, they were sending up George Washington's DNA, JFK's DNA, some other people. Because JFK is the reason that we won the space race. JFK is the reason we went to the moon. He launched the program and set the goals. Our moon landing was a direct result of JFK's stated policies. JFK has a massive place in early spaceflight history. Yeah. And Decisive, the only intervention was that I reignited the engine because it does not circularize your orbit. The current autopilot launcher does not circularize your orbit. So most of the time you do have to refire. Once it hits your target altitude that you yourself set, it cuts engines. Usually, although sometimes it'll burn all the way to orbit. You just got to watch it. Yes, he wanted to do it before Russia. Okay. Let's take a moment. Let's talk about why we had the space race. The race to the moon was a national prestige, free markets and free people versus totalitarian communism. That was the stated comparison. What it was really about was upping the budget for intercontinental ballistic missiles for nuclear war preparation. But it was a good excuse to spend a lot of money on the same types of technologies to do both spaceflight and nuclear weapon delivery. It was a very, very slick geopolitical maneuver to say we're going to the moon faster than the Russians. And it helped lead them toward bankruptcy. It was the Star Wars program in the 80s under Reagan that totally bankrupted them. They realized they just absolutely could not compete. But it started draining them in the 60s and 70s, trying to compete with them with us in space. And then by the 80s, they were fucked. Yes, Decisive. We're on like episode 4 of season 2. So, I'm going to go ahead and create a maneuver node and start so we can start the burn out. Oh, that's right. When it's paused, you can't create a maneuver node. I fucking hate that. Space lasers are complicated because power requirements and the way the beam diffracts and scatters through space dust and so forth. I mean, they're doable eventually, but it's going to take some serious scientific work. Yeah, Decisive, I've been finding the alt history very interesting. It's led to some good conversations with me and Kim. Hey, Kool-Aid, what classes are we at? We want that Mun periapsis right there at 88 kilometers. Let's see if we can get it a little closer. 40 kilometer, that sounds good to me. But you notice our burn time is a 0. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that burn then. By the way, Decisive, if you go over to, in K2D2, if you go to the node button, then you can just hit run, and it is an auto execute on your maneuver nodes. Auto collision class? Yeah, Decisive. I mean, it's still a lot more fun to manually fly, but it also gets tedious sometimes. And sometimes you just need to get a ship up there so that you can test a landing scenario or whatever. So autopiloting is fucking cool. And once we do this burn, I'll show you something even cooler. I think a person should learn to manually launch and circularize their orbit and do all the things manually first. At least have the concepts down and be able to mechanically do it, even if you're a little sloppy or, you know, inconsistent with it. I think that's important. But then after that, fuck it, go nuts. I don't know, Pshemko. He does a lot. He puts out a new one just before midnight, my time. Every single night. Worked on a Porsche yesterday. Yeah, Pshemko. Petrov is what I usually fall asleep with one earbud in when I go to bed. Specifically because he's very mellow about stuff. It's only like 12 or 14 minutes usually. By that time, I'm falling asleep. And when I do fall asleep, his outro music is like a couple of minutes of this kind of synthy, spacey, mellow shit that, like, I feel myself falling asleep toward the end of his video, and then that right there takes me out. His outro music is like the end of it.
Shit around here.
Dick Rocket to the moon yet? We're going. We're on our way right now, Kool-Aid. And B-Dub, welcome on. Yes, Decisive. Welcome in, B-Dub. How we doing? Pshemko. Another one for you to look up, Pshemko, is Everyday Astronaut. His name is Tim Dodd, and it's incredible. He's really smart. He really knows what he's doing. The production values are insanely high. Somehow he gets access to go fucking interview the engineers and the fucking rocket company CEOs and stuff. Gets access to people and facilities and so on that you pretty much are not going to see any other way. And he has been selected for the Dear Moon mission. A Japanese billionaire bought the Everyday Astronaut a ticket on a SpaceX lunar trip. He's going to fly around the backside of the moon and come back to Earth, and he's going to stream it. It's insane. Imagine somebody called you up and was like, hey, I like your YouTube channel. I'll buy you a fucking seat on a rocket to the moon. Just wow. Crazy. And he's probably going to fly in a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, once SpaceX has everything, human rated and all the stuff worked out. Why are we not in transit anyway? Doing pretty good here, B-Dub. Doing pretty good. I'm having a great time here. We're going to switch up to Oblivion after this lunar landing. And I'm excited for both. I know, Ganeth. I would shit my fucking pants. And then he couldn't say anything for a while. He had to sit on that news for a while. And then he released a video on his channel where he sat his whole family down and told them. Crazy. Fucking crazy. All right, we're on our way to the moon. Let's go ahead and time warp. Now, Decisive, I'll show you something really cool here in just a moment. Okay, we have entered the moon's sphere of influence. Now, first things first, you go over here to your flight plan. Flight plan. And what we want... And there is a circularization burn. That's it. I just selected the celestial body I wanted. Here, I'll move it over here so you can see it from chat. You select the celestial body you want. Periapsis is the cheapest option. Hit circularize. Make node. Done. It does everything for you, like a fucking NASA computer. Shit is nutty. Okay. And check this out. You can click it to get vessel, and you can set it to a target vessel, any other target vessel. And then you can set all kinds of things like rendezvous and docking and so forth. And yeah, it's the flight plan mod right here. This little button, here, I'll show you. This little button right here that normally brings up your action group manager, resource manager, etc. This is where your mods are also located for orbital survey, K2D2, maneuver node editor. Look at the maneuver node editor. Instead of having to drag those sliders or those little, points around, imagine just being able to click, and even be able to change the stepping on each of your directional burns, your time stepping, even do orbital. It's fucking nuts. I love it. So, and then you just hit this button right here. You just hit this little button right here, and it runs the node. And Pshemko, yes, there are near-future technologies, ion drives, various nuclear propulsion, all kinds of stuff further down the tech tree. Yep. And they're in a future update, they are going to introduce a second solar system and a third solar system, and there will be interstellar travel options. Exactly, Papa. Welcome in. How we doing? And now our circularization burn over the moon. The Mun. Really good here, Papa. I'm having a fucking awesome time. Yeah, Pshemko. There's nuclear propulsion and all kinds of stuff. Well, Pshemko, maybe not this landing, but our next landing, we will be going to a secret object on the moon. I'm bad at it too, Papa. I understand everything on a theoretical level, but the actual mechanical application, not so good. By the way, Decisive, you see this? Once you're orbiting a body, you can just say, return from moon, click a button, make node, and there you go. It's got a whole return trajectory burn to get back to Kerbin. It's fucking rad. Now we're going to change inclination. We want to be equatorial. So run that node. And like I said, my excuse for using all of this extra stuff is I'm one guy talking to chat. I'm not NASA mission control with fucking physicists and mathematicians and, you know, orbital mechanics experts and stuff. So all of these tools are my space agency. They are my mission control. I'm just a flight director. Decisive, that's a known bug. The landing legs are buggy. They're too springy. They don't push back. And the thing is, when you EVA, when you exit the craft loses stability assist. SAS goes off of the craft, and they will tip. Easy solution for you. Next time that happens, a quick save as soon as you land. EVA. If it tips over, reload, lift off by a couple of meters and drop it back down and try it again. 2 or 3 times and it'll get stable. I had to go through it recently. Okay, so our current mission, y'all, we need to land in one of these dark patches on the moon. We have to plant a flag in the mare. Nah, it's just buggy legs. 4 can help, theoretically, but I don't think it overcomes the bug. Okay, so we've got our inclination equatorial, and we want to land 12 legs for maximum stability. We want to land right in here. So what we are going to do is quick save. And by the way, you can create, I should point out that you one thing you can do, Decisive, you can create a maneuver node even if you're not going to use it, just to give you a countdown or a target for where to start your burn. That can be very helpful just as a mental note, so you know where you want to do the thing. What we're going to do is we are going to burn retrograde and decelerate, and then target to land right in here. We will use the upper or the main stage for most of the deceleration to save fuel on the lander. But when we're about 7 or 8 kilometers above the surface, we will separate and burn our way down. We will do the thing. Okay, so we got 9 minutes to the burn. We're going to go ahead and time warp. 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, we're down to 2.5 minutes for the burn. Oh yeah, Pshemko, return burns from the Mun are very cheap. I can get off the surface, get back into lunar orbit, and then transfer out to a Kerbin intercept on about 800 Delta V, which is not a lot. I mean, it's a lot, but it's a very small amount of fuel to have to carry there when you only have a very small return craft. So it works out nicely. 2 minutes to the burn. We are locked on retrograde. Let me set our horizon. I wish there was an auto leveler or an auto horizon. There might be a function for it, but I don't know it. Okay, we're going to quick save. And actually, before the burn timer, we are going to decelerate. No, because I would rather do a steep descent. I would rather do a steep controlled descent. We're going to go ahead and wait a little, maybe even past our burn marker. Yeah, right around now. Let it reorient to lock onto retrograde. And start the burn. And by the way, be good stewards. Do not leave garbage in orbit. Deorbit your upper or your lower stages. See, it's going to crash. That way it's not stuck in orbit junking shit up. Right? But I actually want to bring that down quicker. There we go. Me too, decisive, but I try not to. I'm trying to get better at thinking it through and having a strategy to get rid of the debris. Exactly, Papa. I mean, the game doesn't really matter. And besides, space is so huge, even in orbit, that it doesn't really matter until you get thousands of objects up there. But still, it's just better if you don't. Be good stewards. You know? And our landing site is somewhere right around in here. And by the way, if this thing does not stack separate correctly, I am going to absolutely throw a shit fit. And by the way, I should have brought the orbital altitude much lower before we did this, but that's okay. We should have brought that orbit down to about 12 or 15 kilometer at max, instead of starting off at like 50 kilometer. Because we have thousands of objects in orbit, Papa. The risk of collision is still pretty low, but they do have to pay attention to the launch windows because they have very wide safety margins. I believe 10 kilometer once you're in orbit, and I think it's a much larger margin for launches. Okay, the descent has begun, and look. Kerbin is rising over the moon. We have an Earthrise. Isn't it pretty? Okay, we're going to go ahead and accelerate towards the surface. Time warp, that is. And at 25 kilometers, we'll come out of time warp. We're going to decouple. Did decoupling work? It seems like it didn't. Now it did. Okay, decoupling worked. And I even used the landing legs to push away the fucking lower stage. I love it. I love it. Now our surface velocity is a little high. Let's bring down that surface velocity some. We can use very little fuel for this, by the way, folks. We can use about 400 DV for the landing. So this, I mean, this is totally doable, but it's cutting it a little close for both a landing and a Kerbin return. Maybe we'll have to go rescue Jebediah from lunar orbit. which I know how to do. We've done that before. Okay, I'm going to do a hard burn to bring that surface velocity down. Because right now, we are not doing well. Right now, it is not pretty. Okay, if we actually burn lateral, we can bring surface velocity down faster. And then we can cut and fire again. And we're coming in within DV limits, if all goes well. We're just going to have to do a very low lunar orbit before we transfer back out, because we're at 1,000 DV right now. 1,000 DV. Bleed off surface speed. For those who don't know, surface speed is your horizontal velocity, and you don't want it over a tiny amount or your craft will tip over when it lands. Just like jumping out of a car and, you hit the ground rolling. Not good. Not a good way to fly a rocket. Surface velocity down. 930 DV. That is not good. Jebediah might actually end up a little stuck. I really should have deorbited a lot more with the upper stage. Lesson learned. 800 meters above ground. At least it looks like mostly smooth level ground. We're at 888 DV. This is actually going to be a little touchy. Let's bring the thrust limiter down because we don't want to push off the surface. "300 meters to touchdown." Okay, it's actually going nicely. It's actually going nicely, and we should have just enough to get back. And there we go. Touchdown on the surface. And what did I say it took me? 800 delta V to get back into orbit and transfer to Kerbin for a return? What did I say it took me? 800. What do we have left? 804. Who's your fucking flight engineer here? Stranding in the cold depths of space. Check it out. We're in a fucking boulder field, just like Apollo. Nice. Just like the fucking Apollo landings. Anyway, let's collect our science. Let's quick save. Let's EVA. Let's collect more science. Soil samples and so on. Okay, we got a lot of science. We got 230 science. And now we're going to plant a flag. We want a nice visual here. We was here. There you go. Yay! Success. I love it. Now, what do you say we go for a little hop, skip, and jump on the surface before we fly home? Let's take a walk on the moon. Or a jetpack on the moon. Let's see how accurate I can land on that big boulder over there, and then we will go back and fly home. And then I think we'll play Oblivion then. Sound good, y'all? I know some of you would like more rockets, and I also would like more rockets, but not very accurate on that landing, but not terribly off either. Lunar lawn darts. Jetpack and RCS control is so satisfying somehow. And there we go. We are ready to reboard and take Jebediah home. Quick save, because sometimes you can tip over the rocket by smacking into it. Pretty rare, but it does happen. Oh, come back. Climb? I don't want to climb. I want to grab. There we go. Board. Okay, now where are we in relation to... Yeah, there's no way we're getting over there. Okay, so we are back aboard. We are in control of our ship. All is gravy. Now, here's the trick. Okay, quick save. We need a roughly equatorial. Not that it really matters. Lemon bomb. Hi, welcome in. I have actually taken rockets laying on their side and sledded them on low engine thrust up hills to get them to launch over and get back. It works. It works, and you can even use landing legs extending and retracting to manipulate it. It works. So, okay, so okay, when you take off from the surface of the moon, you really don't need to go for altitude. You can pretty much just lift off and immediately tip over almost level, and then just slightly nose up to where you get to 8 or 9 kilometer apoapsis. And then you're good. And normally I would try to do an equatorial orbit, but it doesn't really matter. If you're returning to Kerbin, it doesn't really matter. But I want to try. Because flying by nav ball control is something that I'm trying to improve at. Wait, how much science do we have on board? Okay, still that same amount plus the mission rewards. Did I win yet? Welcome in. So here's what we're going to do, friends. Okay, I'm tipping the rocket slightly to figure out what my axes are. We will reload if the rocket tips. I'm just checking the nav ball to see my orientation with my... It's not going to matter. It's going to require me to go that way. Okay, you know what? Quick load. I think the legs are being buggy. They don't make proper surface contact, and they act a little funny. Yes, now we can tip the right way. Okay, let's go. We are go for... Mun departure. And also, we're going to reload because I fucked up. I need to change... this is the sort of thing that Mission Control would never live down. We need to change that thrust limiter to 100%. We were burning the same amount of fuel and getting less thrust out of it. That was not going to work. All right, let's try that again. Okay, and now we're going to have... Wait, no. What are you doing? We might have a little trouble getting off, getting home. Just a little. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, I just wasted a bunch of fucking fuel. Why am I not getting back into orbit? Is something going weird with calculations here? I can't even zoom in enough to see the results of the maneuver node. There we go. Okay, we're going to actually have to go ahead and execute this burn right now. Run it. And that'll leave us 150 DV, which is not enough. We are going to have to do a rescue mission. Unless you guys would like to try the ascent again. Man, I almost wish I had RCS on here so we'd have a little tiny bit more push. You vote for rescue? Yeah? Of course you do. Of course you do, you maniac. Oh, this is not optimal at all. There is no way we are getting back. That's as far as it's getting with our available fuel. There is no fucking way. We're actually going to go ahead and leave him in orbit. We need to bring the periapsis up a little bit more. I believe it's just below some surface features. I don't trust it not to have a surface collision, even though the map says it's okay. I don't trust it. Also, you notice this number is slowly climbing. We have an unstable orbit. It's bugging. Our orbital calculations are bugging. This game is still in early access, keep in mind, friends. Oh, and now we're spinning wildly. Now we're not. Okay. Also, what the fuck is this? Our orbit... Whoa. Oh, that's right. We didn't quick save after. That's right. We didn't quick save after the burn. All right. That's what it was. Yeah, we'll do a rescue decisive. Fine. I know you just want to see how I do it. I'm not great, but I will send somebody up. No, what I'll send is an unmanned probe up. I'll send an empty capsule up. Let me just stabilize this orbit, and we'll go fetch Jebediah. Not trying to extend the KSP time, even though we're almost 4 hours into stream. Almost 4 hours into stream. We're still on this motherfucker. It can't time warp any faster than it is because we're too close to the mun. So that's actually really annoying. Really, really annoying. You know, honestly, I really don't want to wait like 15 minutes for this countdown. What we're going to do... Wait. That is after we did the burn. Never mind. That was after we did the burn. Let's load that autosave. Yeah, that was buggy. Wait, why did it autosave in the middle of a burn? That's okay. I can at least fix the burn so that we get above. Okay. So that's the burn. We have the apoapsis. We're going to push out the periapsis. There we go. That's a nice safe orbit, and it leaves us a drop of fuel left. A drop of fuel left. We're good. We have 88 DV. We're going to burn 50. Boy, this has been a sloppy attempt at a return. I'm actually kind of embarrassed. A little bit. If we really wanted to get bold, we could do a two-stage or a two-part mission here. We could have one part, get a big ship into lunar orbit, send down a lander can with a remote control unit to pick up Jebediah. Or no, we don't have to do a lander. We don't have to do a landing. I could retrieve him from the surface, but nah. We're good. Okay, save, and let's go to mission control. First dibs, 100 science. Got it. That's from planting the flag. 280 science points. Shemko, you asked about near future technologies, nuclear propulsion, xenon propulsion, deep space methalox, heavy nuclear propulsion. Jeb has orbit. Stranded him in orbit. I had 800 DV to get off the surface, and I don't know why it was... I've used 800 with that exact build before to get back into lunar orbit and transfer back to Kerbin. And for some reason, it just was not flying this time. We don't need any unlocks in order to do this. Hey, Commander Coder, welcome in. How we doing? Almost had a Martian experience, yeah. Okay, we don't need any of that. We can go vehicle assembly. Now, the very first thing we need to do is load up that ship again. And get rid of any unnecessary weight. So we can go into payload, open the cargo bay. Don't need any of that. All right, we can keep all of that. Let's take that. Let's get rid of the Science Junior, which we don't need. Put the heat shield back on. Do our separator. It's very inconsistent. It is. That it is. I do love it, Ganith. I do love it. I'll tell you what, I didn't see it in theaters because I don't go to theaters, but I had a really cool experience with that movie. I was head of the security department for a very small university several years ago, and I had a little brother who was turning 13, and he was a big basketball junkie. So I made arrangements to be able to have his 13th birthday party in the student center at the university when it was closed to students. And so he and his friends could, use, all the arcade machines and the pool tables and all the stuff and go shoot hoops on an NCAA court, which was awesome for them. But the movie that evening was The Martian in the movie theater in the student center. Hooked up the laptop to the projector and we watched The Martian. First time seeing it. It was great. So, yeah, it was a very, very cool day. I was thrilled to be able to do that whole arrangement for my bro. You know what we do need here on this cargo, though? We need a remote control unit because we're not going to have a pilot. We'll stick that bitch in there, and we have remote guidance. I think we need another battery, though. Running out of battery is very, very bad. Let's get rid of these pointless. You know what? Take that out. Clone that. Put it in there. Now, can I get that in there? Will it? No, it will not. Yeah, it will. It'll go right there. Clipped right into the battery. Isn't it great? Now, just out of curiosity, how much DV do we have? 1900 DV. 2000 DV if we get rid of the lander legs, which we don't need. Cargo bay. Okay, everything looks good. Friends, I think things are good. Let's make sure we do not have a Kerbin in there because it's only a single seat capsule. And we need to rendezvous with Jebediah so he can EVA over to it. That's the goal here. That's the big plan. That's our plan. We are going to the moon. We are going to synchronize our orbit with Jebediah in his capsule, and we're going to transfer him over through an EVA. And then we will have all the DV to get home. Let me double check staging. See, staging is wrong. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. Okay, so we're going to save this as... Crapsule 3. Wazul, we're flying in space. We're actually going on a rescue mission. We just left a guy stuck in lunar orbit. How we doing over there? Okay, I think we are good to go. Double check. Okay, we have an empty can. Chilling with the cold weather. How cold is it? Let's take a 150-kilometer launch this time so we don't come so close to falling back into atmosphere while we circularize. There we go. I think that's a good profile. 38. It's colder here by a little bit. And everything's groovy. Everything is generally groovy. All right, friends. I think we are ready to go. Staging is on auto. Okay, good. I think we are good to go. Start it. Let's go back to the moon. Notice we have the empty seat up here for Jebediah. I do wonder about communications range. Am I not going to have probe control when I'm on the back side of the moon? Am I going to have to do all of my maneuvers when we have line of sight to Kerbin? It will, Wazul. Right now, it's in early access, but console development will come. And I think, which platforms is KSP1 available? Does anybody know? KSP1 is the better game right now. This one is improving rapidly in early access, like with the big patch and the upcoming promises. But KSP1 right now is the better game. It's way more stable. Like, this doesn't crash, but it does all sorts of wonky things sometimes. Some of the systems are half-baked or buggy. You will, in fact have mission destroying bugs, and you will have to rely in KSP2. You will have to rely on quick saves and quick loads. Well, Papa, this is a completely different team. I don't think any of the original devs are involved. I think. Because it was bought out by Take-Two. But what they did do, and it was really smart, they have now hired at least one of the modders. And as soon as they hired that modder, like within 2 weeks, we had a massive performance improvement. Imagine that, hiring a modder to fix your game in early access and actually getting really good results. FPS during launches basically doubled or tripled. And by the way, just a quick note. If we were really smart and being really NASA here and doing everything efficiently, we would wait and time our launches so that we are already angular toward the moon. We would, we would pick transfer windows for our launches. And we would carefully calculate to have our periapsis be about a 1/4 turn ahead of the moon's orbit, so that when we extend apoapsis out, when we burn up periapsis to burn out to the moon, it is the most efficient. But we are not NASA. And we don't have supercomputers and mathematicians. But there are tools, both built into the game and especially with mods, that can do that kind of stuff. Transfer window planners and stuff. Math Magician. Okay, periapsis is dropping gradually faster. This is a successful full stage burn to orbit. Good deal. This will give us a nice 150 kilometer Kerbin orbit, and that'll make a smooth transfer route. If you have a pretty circularized orbit, then it doesn't matter where in the orbit you do your burn for efficiency. So that's helpful. Okay, tip over ever so slightly below the horizon. And it did not do the full burn to orbit. It did not circularize, but at least it kept that stage running. So that was cool. Time warp ahead to Apoapsis. Nose down again. And lock. And burn for orbit. It's going to be a pretty clean orbit. It's going to be a pretty clean orbit. Very low eccentricity. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's like a... That's a pretty low orbital eccentricity. Okay, so we need to... get that off my screen. We don't need the moon's periapsis. Okay. Hello, set target. All right, there we go. The UI is clunky. They have not really ironed out the UI in this game yet. There's a lot of lessons they could learn from KSP1, but I get that they're trying to build it from the ground up instead of just copying the work. Oh, and there was our burn timer. We set the maneuver node. You know what? You know what? Fuck all that. Home and transfer. Make node. And let's edit that node ever so slightly. There we go. That's a little better. That brings... Okay, that periapsis is too high. Let's bring it in a little bit. Just dial it ever so slightly. 60's good. Lower is better. See, it's extending back out. We'll go with 57. That's cool. And run it. And run it. Isn't this game pretty? Time warp to our burn. It is a full 1 and 2 second burn. But it'll still leave us with 2600 DV. For circularizing our Mun orbit and setting an intercept orbit. Adjusting our orbit to intercept Jeb. All right, orbital line trajectory is adjusting.
Hello, my friend. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. Big hug.
Harry Goods. Welcome in. Thank you for that resub. How you been? What's new? I am quite well. I am doing excellent lately. We're just doing rockets and stuff. We're supposed to play Oblivion here in a little bit, but we got to do a moon rescue first. I know this has got to be so fucking boring for like 90% of you. Welcome back, Yako. What'd you eat? After every maneuver in KSP2, do a quick save. Because the game is all kinds of buggy and wonky. Damn, Omar. Damn, that sucks. Postponed for how long, can you say? Yeah, Harry Goods. Me too, but I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. And entering Moon's sphere of influence in moments. Pause for a moment. Fourth Turkish bread, made a big ass egg salad. Good. Oh my God, Yako. Fuck you. I want some. Valiant Crane? Appreciate that. Sincerely, my guy. Okay. Let's circularize. Make node. What does that set our apoapsis and periapsis at? That is perfect. And run it. Live in Brazil. Yesterday I saw... Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a cool feeling when like Kim asked me months ago. We were in the car driving somewhere. She pointed up and she was like, "What is that glowing? What is that bright point right there in the daytime sky?" I was like, "I know what that one is." Just from the direction it was. That felt good. And here is our circularization burn. Yako, I like it when it's not too crispy, but just a little in a few spots, but I like it slightly rubbery too. It's got to be somewhere in the middle for me. Skyview? Wow, that burn totally did not give me the results it was supposed to give me. Let's take the thrust limiter down to 25% so it can do a more accurate burn. Let's get rid of that. Let's make the node. Everything's good. And let's run it. I have a tool, Decisive, if I, with my phone camera, if I turn on the astronomical overlay, I can point anywhere, up, down, in any direction, and it'll show me which stars, planets, etc. are in that direction and gives me an overlay on them. It's really, really cool. Oh, Skyview does the same? Excellent. I think in my case, it's a Samsung app that's included in the Pro or RAW mode on the camera. Yeah, salty, brittle charcoal, no thank you. That's true, Omar. Well, good luck getting it sorted out and doing the thing. Sucks, though, Omar. And there we go. We have a much more circularized orbit. Oh, we also want flight plan to do an inclination of 0, make node, and run it. Omar. Okay, we are going to clean up our orbit to go equatorial. To make it easier to land on target. Oh, wait. No. We don't need to circularize. Why do I keep thinking I gotta land to rescue him? We need to do an fucking orbital rendezvous. But apparently I'm dumb. We'll let it go ahead and... it's only 17 DV. We'll let it go ahead and do the burn. Decisive, have you done much orbital rendezvous at all? Have you, like, learned how to, you know, if you're, like, if this is the craft you want to intercept, you go above it and then wait for it to pass under you and you drop to meet it? Have you done a lot of rendezvous? Have you played with the mechanics for that? Did a few in KSP1. It can be a motherfucker. It can be a real motherfucker. Okay, now we need to match inclination. And look here, we even have an intercept. Match planes. Make node. Run it. I think the tutorials and things are still being worked on. I guess we'll see. Rendezvous or just a raw intercept are extremely difficult to explain. Extremely difficult to explain. So I can see where that would be one of the later ones that they put the effort into trying to make. David, because this game is buggy and broken. Pretty much. Oh, the bouncing up and down here, because that's ground altitude. That's not sea level. Ground altitude, I mean, it's literally as you go over elevations. Yeah. Okay, so where are we? We are below target. We need to rise to meet target. Ah, fair enough, David. Chicken nugget with your fries? Ooh, I love when that happens. They scoop out your fries and a nuggie comes with them. You gotta love it. Okay, so... Make node, what does that do for us? How close does that get? Oh, our relative speeds are way off. What if we match velocity? What does that get us? That gets us crashed. Don't do that. Okay. Nope, it is fucking everything all up. Oh, God. I may actually have to try to do this manually. Also, map view is bugging out. It's giving me stuff that I'm not asking for. Okay, there we go. That's better. So, our own AP. Okay, so we're gonna do a rising intercept. We need to go to 25 kilometers. Actually, we're gonna do a falling intercept. Let's go. What do we have? 44 and 31. Let's go to 50. We're going to quick save because I don't know about this. It's doing weird. What the fuck is it doing? What is it doing? Wow, look how it's taking me way the fuck out. No, I don't think so. We're not burning that node. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Just dragging his... Lemon Bob. Do you know in KSP1 I did kind of do that? I had 3 guys trapped in Mars orbit or Duna orbit. Actually, they weren't even in Duna orbit. They were in Duna's moon, Ike, orbit. And that was about as far off of Duna as I could get them after my very first Duna landing. And they got stuck in Ike orbit, so what did I do? I sent out a craft with another Kerbonaut flying it, and a claw attached on the tip. And I went out and I rendezvoused, and they didn't have a docking port on the 3 guys' craft, so I couldn't dock. And I didn't have a capsule that could hold 4, and I didn't want to do 2 rescue missions. So I actually went out to Ike orbit, rendezvoused, grabbed their capsule with a claw, and then burned back to Kerbin. And then I made sure they were on an appropriate intercept angle, and then I dumped them and let them free fall back. It was actually a really cool mission. Just literally plucking them out of fucking orbit. Out of fucking Ike orbit. Taking them back to Kerbin and flinging them into the ocean. It was awesome. I felt really accomplished. I still have the build file for that ship. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We want to raise this orbit. Yes, they were certainly yeeted. They were certainly yeeted. Okay, we want to take that one more above. We are going to take that thrust limiter down to only 9%. That's fine. And then we are going to retrograde that again. So it's a good 13-second burn. That's good. Righto, decisive, do your thing. We will rescue this Kerbal. See you in a little bit. Okay, quick save. We're going to raise apoapsis and periapsis above our target craft. That will make rendezvous easier. It's easier to slow down and fall toward a craft, and then once you're at about once you're getting there, then you kick up the engine so that you keep up with them instead of falling past them. It's a lot easier than trying to burn to raise to them. At least for me, I find it easier. Hello, where are you going? Why are you not pointed towards your burn? Why were you not pointed towards your burn? You are not pointed towards your fucking, your node or your fucking burn at all. What the fuck are you doing? It's working, but it's not even locked onto the fucking maneuver node. That was weird. Glitchy ass game. Create a maneuver node. We're going to burn prograde to bring it back out, but not that high. First, let's get it out and get an apoapsis reading. And then we'll bring it down to... actually, what...
What's up, June? You need something?
We can't Kerbal any harder than we are, Demo. We are doing a lunar rescue. How we doing, sir? What goes on? It's not giving me a reading on that at all. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Burn it. Maximum Kerbal. See, I want to get into the more complex missions. Keep in mind, folks, we're not going to do a lot of KSP on stream, but we will on occasion. And I'm developing the knowledge and experience so that we can do more exciting stuff. Right? More exciting stuff. Like going to Mars and Venus, which are much harder to get to, land on, and return from. And then once we get that down, we can go out to Jupiter or Jool and do gravity assist slingshots all around the moons like crazy. And it's fun. Maximum work? No, sir. You keep your work. And if a few people do, I think a lot of people are just like, oh, I want to hang out, let the old guy drone on for a while. You know, it's all good. Never wanted to try to fail, but failing is fun. Failing is fun. Let's try that again, because it is totally not... Oh, shit, I didn't mean to fucking kill the node. God damn it. You know what? Let me see if I can get a... Let me see if I can get an intercept now. Learning a mod Open Morrowind, really? Like, what do you want to do with it? Autosave feature on soloed. Okay. I could see that being useful. Only saves on rest? Okay. You know we're going to be playing Open Morrowind soonish, right? Okay, we have an intercept that gets us... I don't like it, but we'll take it as a first step. And also, stability assist is being a motherfucker in terms of locking on to maneuver nodes. What is going on with that? The fuck is going on with that? Save. Reload. Hold on, just taking a quick look at the Discord. Okay. I gotta say, the, hold on. Let me quick save this. I'm gonna try something. Let me try something. I'm very curious. We're just going to see what this motherfucker does. I've never tried the docking tools in this mod yet. Obviously, we're not going to dock, but we need to intercept and match velocity, and it's just not doing the math for me. And I also just feel lazy today. Uh-oh, I don't think it's doing good things. No, it's not doing good things at all. Reload. Just a straight docking attempt without a proper approach is not gonna fly. Okay, noted. Well, Papa, I'm trying to do a match velocity. That's like the main thing. Because if your velocity is the same, then your altitude is the same. But it's doing weird shit, like flinging me into the fucking surface, as you can see here. Crash. And those relative speeds are way too high to adjust and intercept. You know what? Run this. We learnin', friends. We learnin'. Oh, by the way, David, that kind of blows. Lemon Bop, I don't think you do, sir. Jebediah is stuck in orbit. We gotta help that man. Or that Kerbin. It won't stay locked onto the fucking node at all. Let's see the results of this burn, but it did not stay locked onto that node at all. Oh my god, periapsis just went negative. We crashing, friends. And actually, notice something. Fuck. Yeah. Shit, this is actually turning into a motherfucker. All right, we're going to do it manual. Fuck all this shit. Lock prograde. We're just going to do it manual, y'all. And I'm bad at manual rendezvous. Check the neighbor's porch? Yeah. Okay, so go ahead and time warp to Apoapsis. What's our thrust limiter on? 9%. Let's go 30%. Okay, tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. All right, flip. Lock back prograde. Level the horizon just so I have my controls the right way. And quick save. Time warp a little bit more. Okay, here is where we're actually going to quick save. Let it lock back on to prograde. Thrust limiter is where it needs to be, I think. And burn out to circularize. Good enough. Damn near. Damn near. Okay, just out of curiosity. Nope. Boy, it just really wants to crash me, doesn't it? Those relative speeds are just still no good. Wow. I mean, I get that it's expensive for them and they may not want to, replace it. But I mean, what else are what else do they want you to do? Take our old sushi that's been sitting out in the heat? Fuck all that. Lemon Bop, I don't think most people do. Even people who work on the motherfuckers. You know what? I'm going to try something here. I'm actually going to time warp. Now, you'll notice our target craft, Crapsel 2, is slowly catching up with us. When it's almost going to pass under us, or when it passes under us is when we will start a burn to catch it. Just waiting for the orbits to synchronize. Maybe, if we're lucky. They're complicated, David. NASA wasn't even sure that they were going to be able to reliably do it. There were entire manned launches in the early 60s to test and practice theories on how to make it work. Before the Apollo flights, because orbital rendezvous was so crucial to the entire thing. Slowly catching up with me here. We can't time warp any faster. Okay, before any further, and we are off plane as well. We need to turn that down to 10%, and we need to adjust plane. Kill that. Make node. There, it's a 2-second burn. That should help. Okay, here we are. This would probably be a lot faster and easier if I use the lighter ship. You know, if we staged and got rid of this big fucking rocket and only had the small rocket here, it'd probably go a lot faster for these maneuvers. In fact, if this does not get us exactly on plane, we will stage and fix that. Okay, so we are directly lined up. All right. Our ascending and descending nodes are at 0. That is exactly as should be. Quick save. Decouple. Decouple. No, it did both of them. Jenna, what's up? How's the training been going? David, you can precisely control the throttle by changing your thrust limiter in each engine's properties. That is number 1. Number 2, I think that holding shift while adjusting the throttle makes it go slower so you can more fine-tune it. I think. I know it does with your rotation and translation and stuff. Doing pretty good here. Doing pretty good here. Or maybe it's Alt. Maybe it's Alt, David. And our decoupler did not work again. There it did. I don't know what's going on with that, but it just does not like me. No titty dinners. Nope, none for me. I guess I'm not cool enough. Okay. All right, friends. We have ditched the stage. We have 2,000 DV. Now. Really? This tool is just absolutely unable to do it. This tool is just absolutely unable to do it. Oh, next into... Okay. God damn it. This is just being a massive bitch. Why can I not get this? Why can I not get this, friends? Fuck. Get rid of all the nodes. We're just gonna fucking have to do this manual. Yeah, I can't tell if it's me or if it's the game, Ganith. It is a little funky. You return, Jacob. Well, welcome back. Okay, so had yourself a nice orange. Very nice, sir. Fuck. It would have almost been easier just to land this motherfucker and then do a launch to rendezvous, because you just launch when it's passing overhead and lock onto target to get your inclination. That sounds good, Jenna. That sounds quite good. Oranges are great indeed. Yeah, again, it's trying to auto-calculate these things, like matching velocity and doing that weird shit right there. Like, it'll match the velocity, but that's not exactly the matched velocity we're aiming for here, you know? We're going to go ahead and burn out, or time warp out until this shit gets closer. I need the target craft passing under me, and it's getting closer. All right, come out of time warp and start working on a maneuver node. Okay, so theoretically, if we did a maneuver node here, okay, relative speed. Relative speed there is good. Okay, those relative speeds are actually kind of good. Those may be workable. But it ain't great. Okay, lock that in. Let's watch the distance to target and the relative speed drop. Hey, folks, you know what? Oh, what's this, folks? Look who's getting it. Look who's getting it. Look who's got a fucking intercept burn. Take that thrust limiter down because we need a shorter, more controlled burn, or a longer, more controlled burn. Keep that there. Time it up and down once so that it recalculates the burn time. Looks good to me. We're within a kilometer and down to, okay, but maybe we can tighten that up some. We really can. Oh, that is actually great. That is actually great. Save. And run the node. Jacob, I'm lucky that people tolerate it. I am very lucky that people tolerate it. Right now, we do not have radio communications, so I can't even do the burn. Boy, this is becoming a motherfucker. But we got a long... We will be... Fuck, we're going to be on the back side of Kerbin and unable to execute the burn. You motherfucker. Why didn't I bring a pilot with a bigger fucking... God damn it. Okay, 10 minutes out from the burn. Leave map screen. Take a quick save. I don't even think I have craft control right now. Well, wait, I can rotate. Okay, wait, take a quick save again. Oh, okay, never mind. Reload. I do have control, never mind. It just wasn't, the engine wasn't staged, so it wouldn't run it. Boy, that kind of felt dumb. Okay, activate. And now. No, it still won't run it. All right, I'm going to have to fucking do this manually. Fine then, bitch. Actually, there we go. It was bugging. That's the whole fucking problem. Buggy ass shit. All right. We are on track. We're going to end up within less than half a kilometer of our target craft. And at a pretty low relative speed. No burn? Why didn't it burn? Oh, god damn it. Now please burn the motherfucking engine. please. I insist on getting Jebediah home today. And we still might do some Oblivion. The fuck was that burn? And my engines won't shut off. Mac Poppy, welcome in. He'll be fine. He can eat mooncakes. Kerbals do not need food. They live by photosynthesis. So all he's got to do is stick his head out the window and catch a lot of sun, and he'll be fine. Fuck. I'm getting a little frustrated here, friends. Just a little. There is decisive. But I think it's considered nearly canon that they are photosynthetic. All right, you know what? Take another quick save. Let's take that thrust limiter down to 20 because this is going to be a difficult manual burn. And we have time to adjust it. So let's take it 1 and 1. And there we go. The burn time is readjusted. Everything is groovy. See, there's our target capsule. There's our target capsule, and it's closing in on us. I almost... You know what? Let's do an experiment. I'm going to do an experiment here. I'm going to manually navigate. I'm going to manually fly the final 15 kilometers to this motherfucker. Watch me. Okay, we can kill the maneuver node. Yep, that'll work. That'll work. Folks, we're getting her. We've got it. We're within 5 kilometers with almost no orbital velocity difference. Very little relative speed difference. We're going to get that intercept. Keep in mind, we do not need a physical docking. Do not need a physical docking. It's going to be an EVA crew transfer. In fact, he could almost get out and do it now. He could almost get out and do it now. Wait. Oh, okay. We are still on approach. It seemed like it was going wonky there, but... Oh, it's always super engaging for me, Mark. I just worry about chat. I just worry about chat. Sammy. How we doing, though, Mark? What's going on? You see him? You see him right there? One kilometer out. I mean, I could have him, in fact, just for shits and giggles, we quick saved. Now we're going to have him EVA out. Where is target? Target is right there. So why are you not EVA controlled here, fella? I'm trying to let go. Hello? Give me... There we go. Jesus. Folks, this is a very risky maneuver here. Drifting towards the crapsole. And let me make sure okay, I know how to slow down. Imagine the terror of having to do this. Or you're dead. This is one hell of a sloppy-ass rescue. And I kind of like it. On the upside, I'd get to fly like Iron Man. I see, Mark. That sucks. Yeah, the Keto flu and the work they're doing is nice, but really inconvenient. Sorry for the stress load. Okay, we need to slow down relative velocity. There we go. It's almost a straight shot into it now. 350 meters out, y'all. Cool, we can now see it. Sammy. Doing really good here, though, Mark. I'm having an absolute blast today, as you might have noticed. How about this for a fucking rendezvous? How about this for a fucking lunar orbit rendezvous? And we're on board. We've done it. Jebediah is safe. Safe aboard. I'm the baddest motherfucker on Twitch. Y'all motherfucking know it. Quick save. Quick save, motherfuckers. That's what then. Now, I'm going to use light plan to give me a new inclination, make node. That's fine. Clear node, make node. That way it has a good burn timer. And run it. This game is so fucking cool. I love this. I swear to God, if I thought I could get away with it, this would be a KSP channel most of the time these days. I'd like to do just a few months of just KSP and get way the fuck out there in the solar system. Wow, what the fuck was it doing there? That was not an... Oh, man. The maneuver node execution is really bad. Return of the Jebediah. There you go, Valiant Crane. All right, so... we need to get back to Kerbin. Fix the motherfucking inclination burn. I know that the mods are in early development and the game is really buggy, so I'm not like mad at the devs or the mod makers or anything, but man, I can't wait till this gets cleaned up. Orbital manufacturing facilities, those don't exist in KSP2 yet, I don't think. Well, that's not the fucking burn I told it to do. We're going to have to manually fly. This game is now broken. The mods are not working. That's fine. That's more than fine. Let me unset that target at least. Sammy. Yeah, the game is doing weird shit, like not closing windows when I click them, and yeah, it's become unstable. It has definitely become unstable. Career switch to bonking? Maybe. We've got our node. Let's just see what happens. Can it actually execute it? Wait a second. I just realized the fucking problem. Stop. Stop. I just realized the problem. Jeb is not in control. We need to control from here. Now Jeb is in control. That's why those burns were fucking up. We were still relying on the flight computer, which has spotty radio communication with Kerbin. I think that's what the problem was. I didn't even realize Jeb wasn't controlling shit anymore. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Jeb. Yeah, kinda. Okay. Now, quick save again. Let's see if it can actually run this node properly. Now that Jeb is in control instead of some fucking computer. I could try a fresh session, Jacob. I mean, I can manually fly back to Kerbin. I don't know why I keep insisting on using the fucking mods. I didn't even use mods until I had already done, moon landings and returns and stuff in KSP1. So, I know how all the mechanics work. I'm just being lazy and stupid. Pretty much. Okay. Let's see what this burn does. Please, Jeb. Be a better pilot than the fucking computer. I'll be ready to manually cut throttle if need be. Hey, it succeeded. Cool. All right, we're leaving the moon. We're going home. We're fixed. We are fixed, and we got plenty of fuel to get home. Now let's bring down our orbit so it's a manageable re-entry. And run that burn. Packing list.
Insert
Extra
Picchio's
fuel.
subclip here.
Extra
Picchio's
fuel.
subclip here.
I'm all out of ideas. Phoenix, happy Wednesday. How you doing? Good afternoon. Have you peed yet? I have strawberry water. In your honor. We have lots of fuel, though. We have 1,800 DV. Watching that burn timer and that trajectory in case it does not cut off. But it does seem to be working better. I think I was right. Because fucking Jebediah was not... Stop. Holy shit. Yeah, just buggy as shit. We're going to burn, though, to bring that periapsis down to about 100 kilometer. 150 is good. 100 on the fucking dot right there. How about that? I am a fucking spaceman. We're going to jettison the fuel before re-entry. We're not bringing the whole ship in, just the capsule. My memory utilization? We can find out. We are using 14.6 gigs of RAM out of 32. And by the way, the GPU is only sitting at 50 Celsius, by the way. Yes, bright light. Very bad. Yeah, absolutely, Phoenix. Absolutely. What's up? Look at the old man with the big words. La-dee-da. Rousen, that reminds me of the fucking Simpsons moment. Somebody calls it a garage, and Mo is like, garage, garage. Well, look at you, Mr. Fancy French man, garage. Well, what do you call it? A car hole. So, yeah. Yes, it is absolutely a game that benefits from having more than 16 gig, Jacob. But keep in mind that's also with the stream running and everything else I'm doing. I don't know what it would be like otherwise. Okay, get a quick save. At periapsis, we're going to burn to bring down apoapsis, circularize, and then plunge. That's a good question, Phoenix. Yeah. I really don't know. Yeah, 24 gig of it, Jacob, which is insane. I'm watching our periapsis approach. 21 minutes, 22 minutes. Let's bring that down to about a minute, and then we will burn retrograde to bring down apoapsis. Okay. About a minute out is a good time for a prograde burn because watch, it'll bring periapsis or apoapsis down, which will reduce, but it'll also bring periapsis down, and that'll be nice. But I don't want periapsis to come down. No, because I want to land dayside, maybe even targeted landing so we can get soil samples. And look, we still have all the science and data and samples and stuff because Jebediah was smart and brought them with him. Yeah, Phoenix, I'll think about that. I don't really have an answer for you, but I might be able to. Yeah. Okay, we're going to start this burn in about 10 seconds. 7, 6... 3, 2, 1, burn. Perfect timing. Periapsis barely dropping by like 2 or 3 meters per second. And now, not at all. Fantastic timing. I am one hell of a fucking space pilot. See, folks, we don't need the fucking autopilot tools. They just really cut down on a lot of the fiddling and fucking around. There we go. We are entering atmosphere. We are set to enter atmosphere, but we don't want to enter atmosphere. We want a controlled descent. So what do? You turn right around and burn prograde till you're above atmosphere. There you go. So, friends, where would we like to land? Would we like to land? We're on a rough inclination for a controlled landing. You know what? Let's see what Kerbin looks like as it rotates under our orbit. Oh, look, it might bring the desert right under us. Nope, not quite. I mean, we could land there. You want to try to land here, folks? Let's try to land here. Let's try to land in the desert right up in here. I've never seen it, Sammy. Okay, we have to account for atmospheric drag. And by the way, we just... Oh, almost perfect. We might get it, folks. But we might have an ocean landing. We are out of fuel. And that separator is bad because it went the wrong way. It's still attached to the ship, but that's okay. All right. Y'all ready to land? We're gonna miss the desert. The atmospheric drag is not gonna be that dramatic. We better have another quick save. Because chutes are kind of a problem in this game. Manually arm them. Check the deploy settings. All gravy there. Deploy settings. All gravy there. And here we go. Atmospheric re-entry. Yeah, it's going to be water landing. We did not have enough fuel to decelerate enough for it. What's our surface speed? Our surface speed's not too bad. So the thermals will not be a problem, even with that separator still on, or the decoupler still on. Why did my chutes engage? Why did my chutes engage? My chutes engaged, bugged out and engaged way above altitude. But it may work in our favor for hitting the desert here for the samples. I do reserve the right to revert. It is Ion Storm, but it is way better than it was. And keep in mind, this is still 0.2 version. This is still very early access. And they've still made dramatic progress with some of the fixes and features. It's playable now. All right, it's going to be a long descent simply because our chutes opened so early, but I did that. They triggered early, but then I spread them. One is a drogue, and the other is a full chute because I don't have larger drogues unlocked yet. Jesus, Jacob, that's awful. But yeah, they triggered early because I armed them. And for some reason, it just decided to go. But then I spread them early to slow us down so we'd hit the desert. And it worked because we're not far from the water. But we made it. We got it. It's under control. I can cut the drogue chute now, but the descent speed is a little rough. I think we'll just ride it out with both chutes. Let's wobble the capsule. Look at Jebediah up there rocking his head back and forth. He's headbanging, y'all. Fuck yeah, had a hell of a trip to the moon. Oh, and that descent speed is not too low. We can cut that. Or not too high. I forgot we were in time warp. One kilometer off the ground. Jebediah is coming home. I am excited. More headbanging. Got a nice little rhythm to it. 200 meters. Touchdown in the motherfucking desert. What? Can't EVA? Wait a second. Oh, you can't EVA in time warp. I was like, wait a second here. That ain't cool. Hello, Blue Pen. What's going on? Grainy CGI cutscenes of planes capturing the pilot exiting the capsule? What? No new science there. Crew observation should also be no new science, but we just gotta make sure those science points are everything. This is exploration mode. Okay, already got that region. That's just making sure. Grab, board, close, kill. And folks, recover vessel. Jebediah is home. Jebediah is home. I love it. I love it. We have no new... Oh, but look at this. Look at this. We got 500 motherfucking science points. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they would send them out, make sure that the capsule was floating, and direct the recovery ships for it. Yeah. Sweet. Got good news about my kid. All right, let's burn some science points and then decide what we're doing from here. Because I kind of feel like what do we want to unlock? We'll think about it later. We'll think about it later. Back to mission control for a moment. So the only thing we have left in our current mission stack is to go land on that very specific anomaly on the moon. What do you think, friends? Do we have it in us to do it? Not today. Do you know why? I really want to do the lunar anomaly mission. But I promised Kim that I would come down at a reasonable time this evening so that we could actually, watch a show and have a conversation and, act like I came here for a reason. Ow. Fuck. That hurt. I've got a huge burn on my finger, and it's mostly healed over, but it's still sore as fuck, and I just hit it. Right, Jacob? Just send somebody else to do it. Just curious. Just curious here. Yeah, nothing in there that I need to learn. All right, friends. We will not do the lunar anomaly mission. There is something on the moon that you're supposed to land on or at and check out. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Let's go back to it. That's a jam right there, huh? Just rocking out. Dude's hair. They've all got some fucking hair going on, don't they? All right. I've never actually looked at any of their training videos. Let's take a look here. I just want to see this. Like, it ain't gonna teach me a goddamn thing, but still.
Orbits are weird. Remember your orbiting baseball? What if you wanted to make its orbit higher? Well, it's a baseball, so grab your bat and try to hit the ball to a higher orbit. Your first thought might be to try to deflect the ball upwards. Unfortunately, hitting the ball upward bends its orbit so that it hits the ground before it can return to you. What you need to do is hit the ball in the direction it's already moving, adding to its already high velocity. Now that you've sped the ball up, why isn't it flying any higher? It just keeps whizzing by at the same height it always did. After all, I said that making it go faster would make it go higher. What gives? The ball is actually going higher, but it's going higher on the opposite side of the planet from where you're standing. You've raised its orbit, and you've learned the first lesson of orbital maneuvering. Your actions affect the opposite side of your orbit. Weird, huh? So your ball is moving faster, but it's still passing you at the same height. How do you get its orbit higher on this side of the planet? Now that you know how changes in velocity affect the other side of your orbit, you've got all you need. By adding velocity to the ball at the highest point in its orbit, you raise the lowest point in its orbit and make it circular again.
Yay! Fascinating. Pretty decent explanation, though. Pretty decent explanation of a counterintuitive idea. Not bad. But I want to see what they say about transfer orbits.
Orbital transfers. 1. As you know, the faster you go, the higher your orbit gets. If you get moving fast enough, your orbit may cross the orbit of some other object, like a moon or a planet. The closest celestial body to Kerbin is the Mun. If you're looking for somewhere else to fly a rocket, the Mun is a good choice. The real trick to getting there is timing your departure so that the Mun captures your vehicle at its highest point. If you mistime your departure, you may miss the Mun entirely, which creates a lot of paperwork. Let's assume you've left at the right time and the Mun is there to meet you. As your vessel approaches the Mun, it enters a zone in which the Mun's gravitational influence on your orbit is stronger than Kerbin's. This zone is called the Mun's sphere of influence. You've had to go very quickly to escape Kerbin's gravity, much too fast for the Mun's low gravity to capture you. If you don't slow down, your vehicle will speed past
Not
the Mun
bad on the
and
tutorials here.
farther into space. Remember what I said about paperwork? Once you're in the Mun's gravity well, the best way to slow down is to fire your engines backwards until your trajectory becomes a nice, stable orbit. Now you're a moon of the Mun.
There you go. That's actually not bad. Not bad on the tutorials. I gotta say, they put some time and effort into them. And the explanations are not bad. Yeah, Decisive. I don't even remember the KSP1 tutorials. I don't remember them at all. A lot of paperwork. Scavin, welcome in. So, folks, I think that this is where we're going to wrap it up. It is 8:30. My little girl is going to bed in the next half hour to an hour. I want to squeeze that kid and give her some blueberries and tell her goodnight. So we're going to find a raid target and get out of here. But when we come back tomorrow, we will not play KSP2. We will play Oblivion, I promise. Sound good? Oblivion tomorrow, KSP maybe on Sunday, maybe kind of go back and forth a little bit. Does that sound like a deal to y'all? Good, because that's what you're getting. Or whatever fucking game I feel like on any given day. You like this, don't you, Valiant? OMS. What up, guy? How we doing? Fuck them kids. I'm going to do what I want, right? Folks, that right there is a real broadcaster. Mr. Old Man Sethus, he's got quite the stream going on over there. How you doing today? What is going on? I will, Phoenix. Yes, thank you, Sammy. Thank you. Yes, clicky the linky and do the thingy. It is mandatory. We go over there and hang out a lot. So hang out with us. Doing excellent here. Chat has tolerated me playing rocket games all fucking day, so I can't complain. I'm going to ask this before we find a raid target, chat. I'm going to give you all a moment. I really struggle to feel confident that this is a game that's okay to stream. You guys know I struggle to accept that this is okay to stream. Is there anybody here that genuinely doesn't like it or is bored or whatever? Anything like that? You can be honest. Also, I want to know where the fuck Valentina is. Okay, she's not on Talkback 1. Destroy the debris. Destroy debris. Destroy debris. Fair enough, Liz. Oh. Nope, this is not Valentina either. Where the fuck is Valentina? Did I get her killed? I bet I got her killed, didn't I? Okay, see, these are the only two. Crapsoul's not it. Talkback 4 is not it. It's got to be Talkback 1, or she's not with us. She's gone. She's dead. Yaganith. We've had several successful launches today. We have done a Mun landing and flag planting and sample collection. We landed on target in a specific place on the Mun. We got back into orbit, but didn't have enough fuel to get home, so we sent out an autopilot craft to go out and intercept so our Kerbonaut could EVA and jetpack over to the other spaceship and go home. It's been pretty exciting. Oh, sure, Decisive. I can do that. The mod list again? Can do. Let me bring it up here. Filter installed. There you go. Is your skeleton floating in space somewhere? No, she probably went boom somewhere, unfortunately. You like the atmosphere and attitude that comes with it. Me too, Jacob. Me too, and I think we could build up a little audience for it. Yeah, Posey? Fair enough. Fair enough. By the way, Decisive, it will auto-manage the dependencies. So if you go to if you go to do a mod and it needs utility mods, it will tell you and give you the option to auto-install them. So... Really, is he? Okay. Interesting. Anyway, folks, let's put out to the main menu and find a raid target. Join me in a raid. Join me, please, in a raid of one of the fellow broadcasters, fantastic human beings here on Twitch. Let's go shit up their chat. Somebody we haven't seen in a little while. Who we got? Monster Hunter World. No. Tell you what. Shall we go raid a personal friend of mine? A real personal friend of mine here in the Netherlands? Somebody I want to hang out with and have lunch again soon? Let's go raid Beardman Pro. For some reason, he's in the Street Fighter 6 category, but his stream title says he's playing Heart of Darkness PS1. He is a relatively new streamer. It's just sort of a fun hobby for him. He doesn't even have a camera up. Hopefully he's got his microphone on. I've got it muted. Despite whatever the fuck his title says, he's actually playing Ninja Gaiden. So copy the raid message. Let's go hit up Beardman Pro. And we will be back tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow with Oblivion. Or possibly KSP. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your tolerance and understanding when I play this fucking nerdy game. I appreciate you guys. You have literally changed my life. I fucking love you. I love what we get to do here. It means the world to me. Let's go say hi to Mo.